Good morning, good afternoon. How are we, beautiful people? The original Jersey Jen. There was only ever one Jersey Jen. How are you, Jen? You were missed yesterday. We were like, where the frig is Jen? But then I read your comments here. You had issues with computers and stuff. But yeah, you were missed. Like some people aren't missed, like Bex or Lady Di and stuff. But you were missed, definitely. So nice to see you back. Bad Daza, morning Just Jugs. We wonder where you were. We did. So yes. This is an interesting trial. So yesterday was bizarre. If you haven't watched it, Jen, it's worth going back to see how bizarre this guy is. Um, he he is, I believe, asking. He's going to cross some people today. I believe he's no longer in his prison outfit today. He is in his normal attire today. So we'll see. But it is, as Badass said, he is alleged to have kidnapped and done some not so nice things to a 79-year-old woman. She was very sweet on the stand. I caught the bit where she said she's been so nervous to testify she lost £10. That was, sad but sweet at the same time. That she's just a normal person. But yeah, we will get into it today. So I was thinking of doing it, finishing it off tomorrow, but I just looked at it. It was just too much to cover tomorrow. So today we'll play day 2. Tomorrow we'll play day 3, and Thursday I will do the end of testimony, the day 4, the closing arguments, and then the verdict on Thursday. So Thursday might be a shorter day, but I'd rather do that than do a long day on Wednesday, like longer than needed, I should say, because tomorrow probably should still be a long day with the testimony. But I'm trying to keep them a little bit shorter, So this is a replay, just to remind you. So don't go Googling this, Jugs. This is a replay of a trial that happened. It actually concluded, I believe, on Saturday. So Wisconsin have courts on Saturday. So it only concluded a few days ago. So, but yeah. Oh, fuck. Hey, Bex. How are you, Bex? Nice to see you, my darling. I was just saying nice things about you earlier on as well. Oh, I just gotta mute myself for a second. Oh, fucking Bex is here. Shit. Oh, this is gonna be a shit day then. Right, I'm back, people. How are you? Nice to see you, Bex. No, I mean, I'll watch your stream from yesterday that I missed. Yes. All good. I so believe you. Oh, how is everyone else? There's a few people in here. Say hello in chat. What's going on? Have you all liked the stream? Have you all liked it? Let's have a look to see if you are. 2 likes. What the are we doing? We got Bex, Jugs, Bad Daza in here. I know that 3 of you, myself, 4 of us, and there's only 2 likes. So 2 of you have not liked this stream. You mofos. Somebody just did. Thank you, whoever that was. Probably Bad Daza. So I can't believe it. Yeah, there's 3 there now. I think somebody just did it now. So I can't believe it. This is why I remind people to like it, because some people are actually in chat don't even like it. Oh no, what's going on? Right. I had to start early today. Sarah P's been lazy today. She's going to be late today, I believe. So I had to start fairly on time today. But I'm also trying to delay it for a few minutes just because obviously it is still early for a lot of people. But let me make my. Oh, it is full on. Like I said, the light on my screen was that dimmed, but Hi, Dave. Good to see you as well, buddy. Hope you're doing well, Dave. Nice to see you as always, Dave. Right. We'll just get into it. I'm not going to delay you. People can join when they join. So, but when you do join, make sure you press that like button. That's all we ask. That would be very beneficial because most of you don't do it. Right. This is intriguing, as I say. Oh, jeepers! I know already he's going to be. I've heard the first few words he's done already, and I'm like cringing already. So here we go. Let me put it on.
Time after time.
I object to that.
That's the second violation.
I object to that.
One more, and you're going to be removed pursuant to the court's rules of decorum. That's a second violation now. Now, as I was just saying,
I will be honest. I understand, right? The judge is very snarky back, right? And I get it because she doesn't think that he's trying to pull a fast one, and he is. But as a judge, you've got to be a little bit more, you know. This can't be the first guy that she's seen like this. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't know. If you were reading the transcripts, I think she has to be a little bit careful. That's all. Now, could I do a job? No, because I would hate this defendant. But she also needs to remember that she's been paid a lot of money to do this job.
time after time, doctor after doctor, Mr. Olson has been cleared to go to trial. And to that end, this trial has been delayed significantly. The state had just started with a witness yesterday, and we had to abruptly end the day. And so I'm going to remind you, Mr. Olson, of my order yesterday, that you are not to make any more random statements regarding your symptoms or hallucinations in the presence of the jury. And you are to let me know by indicating that you want a break, at which time I will then release the jury to the jury room and give you an opportunity to place things on the record. The first violation of this order will result in a warning. The second violation will result in your removal from the courtroom until you can agree that you will comply with this rule. And the third violation will result in a removal with an opportunity to return, but the trial will not stop. We will continue. Is that clear relative to the court's order and possible sanctions, Mr. Olson?
I object to all of that.
Okay, well, you heard me state the rule, correct?
I'm objecting to all of it.
All right, I assume that you heard it because you're responding that you're objecting. You wouldn't know what to object to if you didn't hear it, so we're going to proceed. Yeah. Okay, so all those things have been placed on the record relative to the jurors. Are they all?
Hello, Rhonda.
All here? Okay, we're missing one more. Yes, Mr. Olson?
Okay, I have very serious issues that I need to get on the record that transpired yesterday regarding the jury and your deputies. And also I have the concussion protocol from my original diagnosis of...
Okay, Mr. Olson, I am not the MD, okay? I am not going to be able to do any more than take what the doctors tell me as to their opinion and as to their findings.
I have it right here.
Okay, Mr. Olson, you're not listening to me, and so I'm just not going to waste my court reporter's energy, and I'm not going to take up any more time. Listen to me, and listen to me well. One, I am not in a position to make medical findings and draw medical conclusions. I can only take what's been provided to me. I can only take what's been provided to me by the doctors. That's it. You want to argue about their assessments and their findings, take it up with the doctors, not with the court.
Okay, I have many issues that need to get on. Can I submit this to the court record, the concussion diagnosis and protocols that I should have been taken to the hospital when I was vomiting yesterday on the, and they found me vomiting my clothes, and I was dry heaving because I had already vomited everything out. So it says right here that I should have returned.
Mr. Olson, I'm going to stop.
Can I put it on the record?
No, you cannot. You cannot, because I already explained. Now, this is the third time I'm going to be explaining this, that if you want to talk about the medical attention you received or you should have received, that's not within my purview, okay? Additionally, if any of this may relate to the Sheriff's Department, they've been more than adequate in addressing your needs and in ensuring that any needs you may have are accommodated, including things such as even inquiring if you need a bathroom break, if you need water, checking up on you. immediately informing me of any symptoms that you reported, self-reported to them. So they've been more than responsive. Okay,
This goes back to what I was saying. I can imagine he's been a dick to her all this time. She's so fed up. So my concern is this, right? If he is found guilty of this crime and he is to appeal, which, you know, he obviously would appeal, the issue is that everything he's trying to put on record, she's shot him down. So I think appeal courts could look that he's having an unfair, because whatever happens before now doesn't go into it. It's only what happens in the trial. So I hate this guy. Let's just be very clear. I could not do her job right now. She's putting everything in record, but she's not allowing him to say anything on record. She'd be better off allowing him to spout all this shit, to put it on record, because when it comes to an appeal, if an appeal is needed, there's no appeal because she's allowed him to put everything on record. Do you know what I mean? So now he keeps cutting him off, saying, we're not putting this on record, we're not going to waste time, we're not going to do this. The panel of judges in the appeal court won't know any of this stuff about all the past stuff. So they will just view as, well, this is actually quite unfair treatment, potentially, of the defendant, as much as he is a dick. So I just think you've got to be very careful with these kind of defendants, because he will use this, if need be, as an appeal process. And if you're an independent judge, you could look at it and going, well, the judge didn't allow him to put stuff on record, the judge didn't do this, you know. So she's putting what she wants on record, but she's not allowing him to put his stuff on record. So I hate to see that he could get this overturned basically because his rights were violated, potentially. Right. Hey, Jonathan. Well, here she is. Sarah P, hello. Hey, Katie. Our pretty tasty Jonathan. What's going on? Bex, Dalan really needs to admit to his wrongdoings with you. I feel your pain through the phone. What have I done now? It is not my fault that Bex is a bitch. So, only 8 likes is unacceptable. You're right, Sarah. I know. Thank you, Sarah. Morning, Sarah. Morning, Jonathan. And if you want to... Where's Lady Di? Where's that? Where's she when we need her, mostly? Right, hang on. Let me pin this, and then we'll get back to the court. I sometimes see chat. So, just to explain chat, right? I struggle with chat. So, I'm always trying to do chat. So I'm trying to stream, listen to this. I can't multitask. So I apologize in advance that I can't always engage in chat. So whenever I go to the sofa and stuff, that's when I engage with chat. That's what, you know, when I'm here, I don't. So yes. So I won't apologize, actually. So, right, here we go. Let's get back on it.
It is amazing, actually, that you were able to be evaluated last night by a medical doctor at my request, because, as you know, there are limited resources. And the fact that you took away that doctor's time because you were feigning your symptoms, you took away that doctor's time when other individuals could have used that doctor's time, says a lot about the time and attention that has been given to you by everyone who's involved in your case, from the deputies who've been in this court helping me, from the sheriff's department, from the state, from Attorney Wachluski. Everyone who's been involved have been more than accommodating and understanding of everything that you've created for us. Okay. So there's that, but I'm not going to let you put anyone on the record relative to your medical condition. Okay, so move on.
I have other things. I have other things to do, so I can't put it on the record. This is the documents in the court record. I can't put the doc. Okay. No. All right. So yesterday.
That's problematic. Just let him put the document in, because you're cutting your nose off to spite your face now, Judge. Just let him put the document in. It's bullshit. No one gives a shit about it. but the appellate court might give a shit about it. So stop being so stubborn, Judge.
Your deputies were and this is all I'm requesting mistrial for numerous reasons. The deputies were speaking and texting about my case on their phones right in front of me in this room, up and down the hallways, and this could be proved by having their phones turned over. I heard them texting about my case with numerous friends, individuals, both of them. Also, I was brought through the hallways. The first medical emergency I had, I was brought, instead of having the nurse come into the holding cell. This was before I was given these clothes, by the way. The clothes were supposed to be in court staging so I could change before they paraded me through the courtroom, but they were not. They were in this room. And when I was first brought in, I laid down on the floor myself because I was dizzy. So when it was the first medical emergency, they did not call the nurse to come up here. They pulled me up forcefully, dragged me pretty much down the hallway. Yeah, I walked, but they helped me back all the way back to the unit where I'm at in the jail, which is pretty far, to have a nurse see me. So I was still in the puke-covered orange clothes, which I shouldn't have been because I was paraded through the hallways. Now, coming back during the 2 medical emergencies yesterday, and especially the first time, I was never given an opportunity to change. We were brought through the hallway in front of jurors, and I have most of the jurors marked down that see me, tried to get in the elevator with us. Instead, they went down the stairs, and I know they were they were discussing the case as well. Your deputy, Rivers, was antagonizing me, ridiculing me the whole way, making comments about my case. Not so much Bruce in that manner, but so I was brought through the first medical emergency. I was brought through the back, around somewhere in front and through this courtroom, walked through in front of this courtroom in the morning, and walked through some very odd way paraded through the hallways to the back to the jail for the first medical emergency. Now, I don't know why that happened. I don't know why they're doing that. So the second medical emergency, I was brought out. Juror number, I believe it is 3, noticed me right away and turned around. Jurors, there were 3 jurors that tried to get on the elevator with us, and instead went down the stairway because I was in the front of the elevator where everyone could see me in my orange puke-covered clothing. And that was jurors number, I'm still having difficulties, number 7, and the other 2 I can recognize, but I don't see them here, now. So I do know them by face, and it's all on camera. And there might have been more, but I was really trying to not look at them, but it was too late, and everyone was out there. This was numerous times that I was paraded through the hallway in these clothes, even before I was given a chance to change into these clothes. Again, the clothes should have been kept in court staging. There was one extra set kept in court staging, but yesterday morning when I was picked up, I was not even given an opportunity. They were in such a rush, they had to get me down here immediately. Even when I came in, I was covered in puke in my cell. They could have given me a new roll of clothes right away. They have them right there to change out of those puke-covered clothing, so I would have a clean set of orange clothes to come to change into the court clothes. But that never happened. Let's see. So I'm still having a little trouble with my vision. Let's see. Just bear with me here, please. When I was brought back for the first medical emergency, all the staff over there in the hole where I was punished for having a seizure, because I did not do anything wrong. They brought me back to that unit. Those unit officers and Sergeant Wilborn all complained to your deputies as to why they brought me all the way back to the jail for a medical emergency when it should have been called immediately, especially with the condition that I'm in. And they took pictures of my face. The sergeant, who was very nice, Sergeant Wilborn, he took pictures of my face and wondering what is going on and why the jail or the court didn't call the fire department. So that was Sergeant Wilborn. And that woman, to clear me, all she did was take my blood pressure. There was no medical evaluation, just for the record. That's all on camera, all on video. I have this all written down. It's still hard for me to see. Okay, I already said that.
Okay, Mr. Olson, you need to hurry up and place the rest, because what I'm going to instruct you to do is, and Attorney Wasilewski, if you're able to provide information to Mr. Olson in this context, but I don't think he needs a whole lot of information because filing motions is nothing new to Mr. Olson. This case is full of motions he's filed. But my instruction to you then, Mr. Olson, is to put all of that in writing in the form of a motion, and I will entertain it, okay, during a break. I know that one of your requests is for a mistrial. You provided some of the basis for that, but relative to your motions before the court, put in writing. We don't have all morning for you to orally put on the record your motions. And in addition to that, I think for purposes of the record and to ensure that you've completely captured all your thoughts and your basis for your motions, for you to put it in writing, paper and pencil will be provided to you. Attorney Wasilewski have already indicated should provide information to you in that regard so that you're able to put in your motions. But as I just stated, I don't think that motions are anything new to you because you filed numerous motions in the past. So we're going to move on, but I heard you loud and clear. And ultimately, your ultimate request of the court is to declare a mistrial. That's it. No, Mr. Olson, that's it. That's it. We're done. We're done. We're going to go off the record. Check for jurors, please. We're off the record. Do not say any more. Oh, they're all here? Okay. Let's take about a 5-minute break.
She's gotta let me speak.
She basically told you.
No, but she's gotta let me speak. The Supreme Court rules is a judicial code of conduct, 60.04. She has to let me speak, especially during my trial. These are very important issues that the deputies are doing.
I might, if I were your
jurors, this is extremely serious.
If I were your lawyer, I might take the same position, but you're stuck with her orders and you have to follow them. So she's saying, put it in writing.
Wait,
So-
at least that, okay, so hold on. So when you help them with fixing the court, or the jury instructions, you weren't my lawyer then, but you assisted them in responding. Respond for me. I'm supposed to be allowed to speak. It's a judicial code of conduct. She cannot stop me from speaking. She cannot interrupt me. I get punished for interrupting her, but she interrupts me and doesn't get punished. That's not right. She's a judge. Well, that doesn't matter. I'm a human being. She's not a god. She's not. Yeah, but she doesn't. She never interrupts her. She never interrupts her. Only me. And that's not right. And you need to start. No. Yeah. So, and yesterday, no. Yeah, this is important. This is all documented from the hospital. I mean, you look at my face. Look at how my head was yesterday. Okay, and so my medication, I should, and she didn't. Well, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. I don't need a diagnosis. This is yeah, but they cleared me from the hospital, but they diagnosed me with a concussion. And Friday and Monday, it doesn't matter. So we started trial. So here's the thing, you're not on my side. You need to look at this.
I'm not on your side.
You're supposed to be. Here's my standby. You're still supposed to help me. Well, you help them with the jury instructions to fix them for when you made a mistake. But you don't even want to help me when I have documentation of a concussion and a concussion protocol on Friday and Monday when we started trial on Tuesday. And by the way, also, so I need to get on the record also that it's a complete Brady violation for them not giving me the entire discovery with exculpatory evidence. Yeah, this is the third day of trial, and this is the first access I'm going to have to the entire discovery. It's automatic. That's good. I want everybody to know that I was withheld discovery, complete discovery, and I would let it be known. And she's talking about my motions. My motions 1 through 11, which is the most recent motions, none of them were heard. It has nothing to do with the case. Stop. They didn't give me the discovery though. Conradi didn't give me the last one before you. He didn't give me the discovery. No, he doesn't want to hear it.
Hippie chick, lady di, spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls.
Bruce. So I refused to take the wheelchair, right? And I said, no, we were walking one direction and he was grabbing it. He said no. So I just continued to walk and I thought we were going in that direction. He's telling the judge walking or running away. It's ridiculous. I was continuing to walk. So if we have trial tomorrow, I appreciate you from me, not him. I mean, it's just ridiculous. He's not walking away. He was grabbing the wheelchair, and I said no. It's like he wanted me to hurry the whole time, and he's dragging me through the hallway.
So basically, Stacey, you've missed nothing. I think you have missed some stuff. It is worth going back because the politics involved in all this. I don't envy this judge whatsoever. I don't. She's fed up of him. I think I would definitely be fed up of him as well. So, but we've heard nothing from the jury yet. But it has been spicy. It has been spicy. She has refused for him to put stuff on record. She's now told him to put everything in a motion because she doesn't want to hear it. He's going to file for a mistrial as well. He started that process. So yeah, it's just been one of these things. I just worry if he is found guilty that he will get in the new trial based on the fact that he's not allowed to put stuff on record. I do worry a little bit about that. But I also understand with a judge, I couldn't do her job with him. He is just too much. So, right, here we go.
Basically, so I need you to please come get me, if that's whenever, or bringing me back and forth. I'm tired of him being so aggressive, especially in my current state. Is it possible for someone to get my
Josie, I'm moved to they aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely.
medication from the jail. I was supposed to be getting it 3 times a day.
No, it's okay. You were the one. We had facilities guy.
For frig Nora. I was just saying, I'm not saying he will get appeal. It's just he's going to waste so much taxpayers' money by stating he wasn't allowed to put this on record. There's a Brady violation. There's this, there's that. And sometimes it's just better sometimes with this guy, just let him put everything on record and deny it, and then he's got no reason to appeal. He still will, but
That's what I was
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Okay, that's really scary.
Did you get high-hearted? How long were you in there?
Was it hot?
He just got the head down. He knew it was up there. Like Rambo.
Bruce, I have the documentation right here if you want to look at it. Huh? There's a documentation for medications and my concussion diagnosis, 2 concussion diagnoses, one from Monday the 9th and one from Friday the 5th.
No, you were not.
It's labeled as a traumatic brain injury diagnosed by So you need to help me figure out how I can get this on the record, this diagnosis of a brain injury. Traumatic diagnosis of concussion, also known as a traumatic brain injury. And this is also from the 9th. There was 2 diagnoses, and he said to refer back. Yeah. So what it says is that it's the same. So the head injury from the 9th, it goes back to that for me to go back to this for that. So the head injury on the 9th was worse than the one on the 5th. I had a golf ball sized bump on my head sticking out. So the injury on the 9th was worse than the one on the 5th. He just documented as to use these same protocols in the diagnosis. So I need to get those because this is huge. This is an automatic either appeal or mistrial because I was not able to function properly Especially
Yeah, I
yesterday.
would just.
Because that people are just letting it roll and they don't care.
They take it forward
Do the flag or something.
for the last half hour.
Yeah, turn down your, dial down your channel.
Yesterday, that's Tuesday.
That's good, 'cause I know our people are just like,
They turn the mics off.
it's been a while.
Okay, we're on the record outside the presence of the jury. After we got off the record, I did ask to speak with the deputies, and in speaking with them, for me to fully understand their protocols as to how they communicate. And by way of example, I'm not aware of their protocols, and I don't expect that Mr. Olson is either, because one of my requests to the deputies, Deputy Bruce and Deputy Rivers, was to have the jail nurse come up here to evaluate Mr. Olson, which I learned that's not their protocol. They do not do that. So again, by way of example, I don't know their protocols, not all of it, and certainly don't expect Mr. Olson to know. But that was my intention, was to understand from the deputies who've been assisting me what their protocols are. And they informed me of that. I've given Mr. Olson an opportunity to put in writing his request for mistrial and to articulate all of those bases in support for his motion. At this time, given everything I know and everything that's transpired in this case, having heard some of the bases, if not all the bases so far, on Mr. Olson's motions, including the motion for mistrial, and the fact that the court's giving him an opportunity, I'm not ready to rule on that motion, but this also means that the trial doesn't stop. It needs to continue. From what I know so far, it's not a sufficient basis for us to stop this trial or for me to rule at this time. And given the information I have, if I am to rule, there is no mistrial. So short of ruling without having all the information, I'm going to give Mr. Olson an opportunity to put that in writing, and we'll continue with the trial. That's all. And that's all. We're going to go off the record while we bring in the jury.
I just need to know when I have to have it.
Mr. Olson, that's a third violation now. We're about to bring in the jury. You do it one more time, you're going to be removed, consistent with the court's rules of decorum.
I would like a copy of the judicial code of conduct placed on the record for the jury to read. I have it here.
The judge.
Well, they have to, she has to let me speak.
Thursday, Bill, are you ready?
Yes.
We're back on the record just real briefly. And Attorney Sadowski, I didn't respond to your request, which is for you to have an opportunity to place on the record anything that you wanted in response. I will give you the opportunity. I just don't think that at this time it's right for a response because I'm waiting on that written motion from Mr. Olson. The information, as I explained, the basis he's provided so far does not give me enough to make a finding and rule. And if I was to rule, I would deny that motion. But because I've given the opportunity, let's just give him the opportunity.
That's fine. And I understand when not to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate
So,
it.
Your
Okay, we're
Honor?
off the record. Okay. Are they here? Okay,
All
let's bring them in.
May I please say one thing?
Oh, one violation.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Bound by these rules. I have to. Okay, but I also have.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation calls for speculation. Unintelligible. I don't understand.
I do.
And could you please state your name for the record?
Christine Louise Endel.
Thank you. Ms. Endel, we were talking about a burglary that happened at your brother's residence. Do you remember that?
Correct, yes.
Could you give us the address of that residence?
7251 South 35th Street, Franklin, Wisconsin.
Thank you. And that's in the county of Milwaukee?
Yes.
Yes. And I'm sorry,
There's a little feedback. Okay, just a moment. Let me adjust the volume. Okay, I did turn down the volume a little bit. Hopefully that helps with the feedback. We have a little bit of a feedback. Could you let Mike Cook know? Okay, please continue.
Thank you. Ms. Endel, then we were also talking about the residence. You gave us the address. You spoke a little bit about doors that were damaged potentially. Could you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yes, he has two doors. He has a front door and a side door. And the frame on the side door, it looked like it was chiseled. I could not get in through the side door.
And then what about the garage?
The garage, the door was closed when I had gotten there with my brother.
And why is that unusual?
The garage door was always closed, but my brother never locked that garage door.
And what was the door locked or unlocked when you arrived?
It was unlocked.
Unlocked. Okay. And were there any items taken from either the residence or the garage?
Not the residence, because it wasn't successful. He could not get into the house. There was a bike that was taken out of the garage, and in the backyard, there was a WD-40 can laying in the grass, a flashlight, and two tools. I'm not sure whether it was a screwdriver or a pliers.
And the items that were found in the backyard, where were those located? Where were those usually located?
Okay, he has a 3/4 of an acre back there.
Okay.
They were relatively close to the house. I would say they were located on closer to the southeast corner on his property, 30 to 40 feet in that area.
And where were those items kept were those items kept in the house or in the garage?
The garage.
The garage.
The WD-40, the other items were kept in his garage. And like I said, he didn't lock the garage. Why? I don't know, but that was his choice.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm going to have the deputy show you what I've marked as, and I'm sorry, the numbers are a bit out of order, but 26, 36, 35, 24, 37, 38, 39, 25, and 34. And I'm sorry, that first number was 23 instead of 26.
Okay, can you repeat those exhibit numbers again?
Yes, 23, 36, 35, 24, 37, 38, 39, 25, and 34.
Thank you.
No, I'm fine. You can just submit it. It's just, yeah. It's fine. You can submit it.
Now, Ms. Endel, as you're receiving those are those photographs of your brother's house?
Yes, they are.
And if you want to page through them, try to keep them in order though. The house, garage, and the item that was taken. You could look through those photos.
Okay, done.
Yes. And are those as the items looked on at November 29th, 2022?
The pictures that you're showing me of the bike and the door, the entrance side door to the house, yes, they are.
Thank you. I'd ask that those exhibits be moved into evidence.
Any objection? Can hear no objection received?
Objection.
Okay, defense stated no objection. Okay.
And permission to publish?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. And Ms. Endel, we'll just go through these. This is exhibit number 23. Is that your brother's residence?
Yes, it is.
And what are we looking at here?
You're looking at his house on 7251 South 35th Street. You're looking at the front of the house.
And the garage?
Yes.
And this is exhibit number 36. Which building is this?
You would be looking east as if you were standing toward the backyard. That's the side of his garage.
And I'm pointing at an object towards the middle. What is that?
Seems to be the garage door.
And this is exhibit number 35. What is this?
The garage door.
Thank you. And that garage door is open?
He leaves it unlocked.
This is exhibit number 24. What is that?
Oh, that's all my brother's stuff in that garage.
Thank you. And exhibit number 37. What is this?
You're looking at the side entrance of the house, which he uses with the wheelchair. There is a ramp on the side door. If you were standing there, you would be standing west of the house, looking south.
Thank you. And exhibit number 38. What is that?
That's another picture of the side door.
And exhibit number 39. Could you tell us about this photo?
That's the side door, screen door open. The door trim by the lock is where it was noticeably chiseled, or it was broken up in that area, but unable to make entrance.
And I just zoomed in a little bit, although now it's not focusing. Where were those chisel marks?
On the frame of the door, where the door knob is, on the left-hand side, yes.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. Is that clear now where you can see it?
I can see it pretty good, yes.
Was that like that before you returned to this residence on November 29th?
No. I was unable to use the lock to gain entrance of that door after that.
Were you able to use the lock on a previous day? I believe you said you were there that day.
Yes.
And what are we looking at here in exhibit number 25?
You're in the kitchen and you're looking at the door from the inside.
Thank you. And this is exhibit number 34. What is this?
That's my brother's bike.
Where was that bike stored at your brother's house?
In the garage.
Did anyone have permission to take that bike or remove that bike?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Cross.
So do you own that residence?
I do not own it anymore. I did for a short time.
Did you own it at the time that this alleged incident occurred?
No.
Okay, so you're not the injured party, correct?
I did not own the property at the time that this occurred. Afterwards, I did own it.
Okay. Are you aware that any of this, who damaged any of these items at the garage personally? Are you personally aware of? And
personally, I did not see that individual.
Okay. That's all I have.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
I do.
I need you now.
Please spell and state your name for the record.
First name Jason, J-A-S-O-N. Last name Ireland, like the country, I-R-E-L-A-N-D.
Thank you. Captain Ireland now, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And you're employed with the city of Franklin?
Yes.
Yes. How long have you been with the city of Franklin?
10 years.
10 years. And in what capacity were you employed in November of 2022?
I was a patrol sergeant.
Patrol sergeant. What are the responsibilities of a patrol sergeant?
Essentially, we'll oversee, well, directly supervise the patrol officers on whatever shift we're assigned to.
Okay. And Captain Ireland, that microphone is totally movable. So you see it, like, pull it right up to your mouth. It's a little quiet for me, and I'm in the same room as you. So
Sorry, my
that's
voice.
okay. Were you involved in the investigation of a Mr. Timothy Olson?
Yes.
Yes. What was your role in that investigation?
I believe I was working overtime on day shift, and when I came in, the investigation was already underway, and I began getting involved when I began my overtime shift.
And when you say you began to get involved, what did you do?
I was briefed by the previous sergeant that was working, and then met up with Officer Hernan, who was the primary investigating officer at that time.
Were you assigned any specific roles, or did you volunteer to do any assistance on the investigation?
I believe I had to assist him with, I think I did a flock search for him on the victim's vehicle, and then assisted him with developing the photo array.
So let's talk first about the flock search. FLOCK, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
It's essentially a company that uses automatic, or I should say automated license plate recognition software to read plates, determine potential models, vehicle makes, and then it also reads like the color of the vehicle as well. And it allows you to search based on those descriptors.
So when you say it allows you to search, what do you do specifically?
In this case, we had a plate, so you just essentially enter the plate, and then it'll search Flock's database, which encompasses any law enforcement agency that purchases, or it's really a subscription program with their Flock cameras, which can be affixed to a traffic pole or a standalone pole that's installed by the company.
So am I correct in assuming law enforcement agencies put up these cameras? Is that right?
Yes, or Flock. It just depends on your contract with them.
Okay. And then you enter a license plate into a computer, and it pulls up anywhere that this license plate appeared on those cameras?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And regarding that search, were there any hits regarding the victim's vehicle in this case?
Yes.
Yes. And do you know the victim's name?
Betty Hannell, I believe.
Betty Hannell, yes. Did you ever have any direct contact with Ms. Hannell?
No, ma'am.
No. I'm going to have the deputy hand you exhibits numbers 20, 21, and 22.
Thank you.
Captain Ireland, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
Could you tell us what those are?
This is essentially when you search the Flock database. These are the pictures that will show up when you conduct the search after you enter the license plate.
And then what is it? What is the exhibit number 22?
22. Yeah, this is just a printout with the license plate read, and then the location of the either LPR, which is a license plate reader, or the Flock camera, and then the event date and time.
Thank you. I'd ask that those exhibits be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Received.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you, Captain. I'm actually going to start with exhibit number 22. If you can't read it from where you're at, there's a TV right behind you. But could you tell us about what is on this exhibit?
Kind of like my earlier description, it's an enlarged picture of the plate that was captured by the camera, along with the photo of the vehicle that it's capturing images from, the location of the camera, and the timestamp, which is the date and the time.
Do you remember when you ran this search?
Not specifically, no.
If it says the date is November 24th, 2022, would that be correct on the top there?
Yes, that would make sense. That was the day we worked. I probably did it.
Why were we interested in where Ms. Hanel's vehicle was going?
I believe initially there was, this was the beginning of the investigation. So I believe I ran the plate, and then we took the information that we were able to verify. And then I essentially developed a map for like evidence canvassing that we could use with kind of a timeline and location of where the victim may have been.
So you use the term evidence canvassing. What does that mean?
Just going to those locations and potentially canvassing for witnesses or video surveillance from businesses or residential homes or anything of that nature.
So you're trying to figure out what was going on?
Yes.
Yes, because you had a woman saying she was kidnapped for 16 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making that again.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, may I object? I want to make clear that she's an alleged victim, and that the claim that someone was abducted, I think that she's misleading the jury with her comments.
May I respond? Victim is a legal term that attaches at the time of the alleged crime per the Wisconsin Constitution.
Objection is overruled. Please continue.
Thank you. This is exhibit number 20. Could you tell us about this?
Yes. So that is kind of similar to the last one, but more specifically, I believe the enlarged pictures of the flock search. And essentially what it gives you is the plate that you searched, once again, a timestamp, and then the location of the camera.
Now, are these just bad photos, or is it this bad resolution when you look at the photos on the flock system as well?
It depends on time of day, but yeah, when it's printed out like this, the resolution's a little worse, but yeah, at night it looks similar to what these pictures depict, but it's a tad bit clearer.
Thank you. And exhibit number 21, tell us about this.
Yes, it's similar to the last ones. It's from, it's enlarged pictures from the flock database. And then you can print it out, and usually shows it to the page. It provides you with the potential read of the plate, the timestamp, and then the location of the camera.
Great, thank you. And you stated you also helped compile a photo array. What was your role in that?
I just used our reporting management system to develop the photo array for the officer.
And what does that mean?
So essentially, it's just a database of booking photos taken over as long as you've had them based on the people that participate with it's ProPhoenix, which is our reporting management system. But essentially, you can put a range for age, weight, and essentially create a photo array, and it randomly will grab 6 photos for you.
At 6 photos or 5, and then the
Well, it includes, yeah, you'll have the suspect, and then it'll have 5 other photos that add to it.
So you, for this case, you generated the photos in the photo array. Is that for the photo array? Is that correct?
Yeah, just using the system, yeah.
Yes. And then did you do anything with those photos?
I believe I probably just printed them out for the officer Hernan.
Did you put those photos into manila folders?
No.
No. Okay. You printed them out for the officer to handle.
Yes, and then they have to create it with instructions to give to the person administering the photo array.
Do you know who you gave those photos to?
It would have been Officer Hernan.
Great. And then do you know if Officer Hernan then put those photos into the manila folders?
I don't.
You don't know?
Okay.
No. I think you have nothing further.
Okay, Cross.
So you're not personally aware of any guilt by the defendant in any crime. Is that correct? Personally aware?
Objection, Belvin.
Okay, sustained. Next question.
I mean, that's pretty much the entirety of the case. So if he's aware of it.
Avoid commentaries. The court made a ruling. Next
Objection,
question.
Your Honor. Lack of foundation, calls for speculation. Unintelligible. I don't understand.
that's all.
Okay, thank you, Captain. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, State, please call your next witness.
Yes, the state is calling Officer Gabrielle Frusti.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. And please state and spell your name for the record.
Officer Gabriel Frusti, Gabriel Frusti.
Thank you. Officer Frusti, you're an officer with the Franklin Police Department, is that correct?
Yes,
Yes. How long have you been with the Franklin Police Department?
17 and a half years.
So you were employed in that capacity in November of 2022.
Yes,
And we're here today to talk about the case against Mr. Timothy Olson. Were you involved in that case?
yes,
It's my understanding, I believe you had 2 roles in that investigation. Is that correct?
correct.
Let's talk about the first time or the earlier part of that investigation. Were you involved in the arrest of Mr. Olson?
Yes, I was.
Yes. What was your role in that part of the investigation?
I located Mr. Olson at the intersection of West Rawson Avenue and South 35th Street in Franklin.
And when you say you located him, what did you do or observe?
Our shift had been made aware that the department was trying to locate Mr. Olson, reference this investigation. Photos of him had been disseminated to officers in the department, and we were made aware that he had been seen in that area of the city the previous day. I went to that area and parked in about the 3300 block of Rawson, which is a couple blocks up from that intersection I mentioned before. And I saw a subject who matched Mr. Olson's description walking northbound on 35th Street, crossing Rawson Avenue.
And I'm going to have the deputy bring you what's been marked as exhibit number 57. Officer Frusti, what is that I am showing you?
This is a map which shows the intersection of, or a portion of the intersection of 35th Street and Rawson Avenue, as well as the adjacent condo complex.
Is this a map that you generated?
No.
No. Do you know who generated this map?
One of my partners, I don't know which one.
Do you know what online resource he used?
It appears to be Google Maps.
Google Maps. And Google Maps is publicly available. Anyone can print this out?
Yes,
Yes. All right. Have you reviewed this map previously?
I have.
Yes. I'd ask that exhibit number 57 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Officer Frusti, I have up on the screen what is exhibit number 57. Are you able to view it?
Could you adjust it? I don't see Rawson Avenue in the view there. There.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. There is also this glare, so that's why I've been trying to hold something over it. Is this the area you were in on, and what date was it? Did we go over the date?
We did not go over the
No.
date.
What date were you looking for Mr. Olson?
November 29th, 2022.
Is this the area you were in on that date?
Yes, if you look at the map, you can see 35th Street traveling up and down or north and south, and Rawson Avenue is the east-west road. My location was just outside of this picture to the east of that intersection.
And this is, when you say to the east, I'm pointing like off the map down towards that bottom corner.
No, it would be that way.
This way. Okay. Could you point at the TV actually?
Sure.
Thank you.
Here's Rawson Avenue, here's 35th Street. I was parked about here.
Okay. So that off like the bottom right corner of the
Yes.
TV or off the TV. And you stated that did you park there specifically for the purpose of trying to locate Mr. Olson?
Yes,
Yes. Were you able to observe him at any period?
yes.
What did you observe?
I saw a subject, tall male subject, walking northbound on 35th Street, crossing Rawson Avenue, pushing a bicycle.
Were you able to observe what color this bicycle was?
It was red.
Red. And what did you do after you observed this person?
Based on what I initially saw, I believe the subject I saw could be Mr. Olson. Based on the information I'd been previously given, I drove to the intersection of 35th and Rawson and started driving north on 35th Street as the subject was walking on the sidewalk on the west side of the roadway.
And were you able to come into contact with Mr. Olson at that time?
As I passed the subject, I was able to positively identify him as Mr. Olson.
What did you do next?
I broadcast the information, went up the street a short distance to make a U-turn and come back to attempt to contact him. When I turned around, I was briefly no longer able to locate him.
Were you ever able to find him again?
Yes.
Yes.
I remained in the area. I drove through the condo complex and back out onto Rawson Avenue. At that same time, a couple of my partners located him running through the or the condo complex.
So you were able to, did you observe that that was Mr. Olson
Yes.
again?
I re-engaged with them when they located him next to one of the buildings and was able to again positively identify him as Mr. Olson.
What happened next?
Mr. Olson was being held at gunpoint by one of my partners, Officer German. He wasn't complying with the officer's instructions and attempts to take him into custody. Based on my observations and his lack of compliance, I deployed my taser.
Was that successful?
The taser didn't have the intended effect because Mr. Olson was wearing several layers of clothing, but the application of the taser did gain his compliance.
Was Mr. Olson then able to be placed into custody?
Yes.
Now, regarding that arrest, did you have any other responsibilities for the arrest itself?
I went with or accompanied Mr. Olson to the hospital when he was transported there by ambulance.
Thank you. Now, regarding the investigation in general, were you ever dispatched back to the area of the arrest?
Yes, I was.
Why was that?
At the time of this investigation, I was an evidence technician. I was sent back to 2 addresses on South 35th Street, south of Rawson Avenue, where it shows on the map here, to assist in burglary investigations.
And you stated that you were an evidence technician. What does that mean?
I had additional training in photography, evidence collection, evidence packaging, evidence gathering.
And you were dispatched to 2 locations, you stated. Do you remember those locations?
I don't know the addresses off the top of my head.
Were those 2 residences or something else?
2. There was a residence that received an initial call for a burglary. The second one was a burglary to an RV parked at the adjacent residence.
If I told you the garage burglary was at 7251 South 35th Street, does that sound correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember who the owner or resident or caretaker of that residence was?
I don't.
No. Was that Jan Endall?
That name sounds familiar, yes.
And then the RV burglary was, if I told you it was at 7271 South 35th Street, does that sound correct?
Yes.
And were both of those in the city of Franklin?
Yes, they were.
Milwaukee County, Wisconsin?
Correct.
And which did you go to first?
The first residence where the garage burglary occurred.
Garage burglary. And when you arrived at the garage burglary, what was your role?
Initially, I took photos of damage to a door, photos of the scene overall, and photos of items of possible evidentiary value that were found laying in the yard around the property.
I am going to put up on the camera what was previously marked as evidence. You stated you arrived at the residence. This is exhibit number 23. Do you recognize that house?
I do.
Is that the house you responded to investigate the burglary?
Yes, it is.
And this is exhibit number 36. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the garage and the man door to the garage.
And this is exhibit number 35. What is that?
The man door to the garage.
And then I'm going to show you what was marked as exhibit number 39. Do you remember what that was? What this is?
That's the side door to the house on the south side. No, I'm sorry, the north side of the residence.
And why did you take a photo of that?
Because there was damage to the door.
What was significant about that damage?
It looked like it had been caused intentionally to gain entry to the residence.
Objection, Your Honor.
To the question?
He's making assumptions.
Okay, you object to question, to the form of question or something else on the basis relative to the question. I don't need a response from the state. Objection is overruled.
Thank you. Now, you stated that it looked like it was done intentionally, but let's go through why you believe that to be true.
Okay.
Why?
The damage to the door looked like it had been caused by a tool used to attempt to override the locking mechanism or break through the doorway.
How many burglaries, home entries have you investigated in your career?
Dozens.
Dozens. How many times have you seen marks like this?
Marks specifically like this, I can't say. Marks of tool marks used to try to overcome a lock or force a doorway open many times.
So you would say in your training and experience, this was done by a tool?
Yes.
Yes. In order to gain entry?
Yes.
And this is exhibit number 34. Could you tell us about that?
That's a bicycle. I believe it's a photo of the bicycle that Mr. Olson was pushing at the time that I located him.
And this is exhibit number 24. What is that?
That is the interior of the garage at the address we've been discussing where the burglary occurred.
Was there anything significant about that door?
Not that I recall.
Now, you also stated you went to a recreational vehicle burglary. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your role at that investigation?
Again, to take photos of damage, excuse me, collect any evidence. I also did speak with the complainant for that burglary.
I'm going to have the officer show you what I have marked as exhibits numbers 46 through 56. Do you have those, officer?
I do.
Those photos look familiar to you?
Yes, I took these photos.
And are they as they appear on November 29th, 2022?
Yes.
I ask that they illustrate exhibits be moved to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All received.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
Officer, this is photo number 46. Could you tell us what that is?
It's a photo of the RV,
And 47?
another angle of the same vehicle.
Thank you. And this is exhibit number 48.
Close up of the entry door to the RV.
What's significant about the entry door?
There was damage to the entry door.
This is exhibit number 49. Could you tell us about that?
This is another close-up of the entry door right by the locking mechanism where we can see that a tool was used in some capacity to force or pry the door open.
Again, why are you making that assumption regarding this photo?
Well, there's the frame of the door and the door itself are bent, as is the grab handle. It appears as if someone used a tool using the grab handle as leverage and pried open the door.
This is exhibit number 50. Could you tell us about what this is?
The interior of the RV.
Exhibit number 51.
Another shot of the interior.
Is it typical to take photos of everything in a residence, an RV with a burglary?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Is there any particular reason why you took photos of certain things, or is it just to document what it looks like?
Overall documentation of the scene.
This is exhibit number 52. What is that?
Another shot of the interior, I believe the sleeping area.
53.
The kitchen.
Kitchen of the RV.
Yes.
Exhibit number 54.
Another shot of the interior.
And exhibit number 56.
The bathroom of the RV.
Is there any significance to that photo?
Yes. The bathroom of the RV had been used. Someone had urinated and defecated in the bathroom, or in the toilet, I should say.
And why was that significant?
The RV had been winterized and prepared for storage. The bathroom was not functional.
And exhibit number 55.
the upper bunk above the cab of the RV.
So you investigated these burglaries.
Correct.
Why are these burglaries linked to Mr. Olson, if you know?
The bicycle that Mr. Olson was pushing when I located him was reported taken from the garage of the first residence. Mr. Olson, at the time of his arrest, also had several items of property, including a pocket knife, some bottles of shampoo, and a electric bike key, which the owner of the RV identified as having been stored in the RV.
Did you have any other roles in the investigation regarding Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Could you tell us about what else you did in this investigation?
I believe it was 2 days later. I'd have to refresh my memory on the date. I was sent back to the condo complex to recover a crowbar that had been found.
If I said it was just the next day on November 30th, would that be correct?
That would probably be correct, yes.
And then I'm going to refer back to exhibit number 57. When you say you went back to the condo complex, are you talking about a building in this photo?
Yes.
Yes. Which building are you talking about?
I'll point it out.
Perfect, thank you.
This building here, and specifically this patch of grass on the west side of the building.
So you pointed to the building on the, it almost looks like a double building on the right side of that photograph.
Correct.
And then a patch of grass very close to that building, but in the middle of the photograph, for lack of a better term. Okay, thank you. And you were dispatched there for a crowbar?
Correct.
I'd ask that exhibits number 58, 59, and 60 be shown to this witness. Do you recognize what's in those photos?
Yes.
Yes. What is in those photos?
That is the crowbar that I recovered.
I'd ask that those exhibits be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, I'm fine.
Received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And I'm just showing what is marked as exhibit number 58. What is that?
That's a crowbar.
And this is exhibit number 59. What is this?
That is a close-up of one end of the crowbar with a scale for reference.
And then exhibit number 60. What is that?
The other end of the crowbar.
And what is the significance of putting a ruler next to these?
We take scale photos for reference so that in this particular case, tool marks, if necessary, could be compared to damage caused by that tool.
Did you ever take the crowbar to the scene and try to match it up?
I did not have that opportunity, no.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, Cross.
So I would like to know if you had the body cam footage of when you tased Mr. Olson, which is part, I believe, of maybe your complaint of resisting obstruction. Isn't it true that when you tased Mr. Olson, he was actually already on the ground with his hands behind his back, and the officer was in the process, if not already cuffed? I don't exactly remember, but isn't that true that he was actually already on the ground and you tased him anyway?
Objection sustained. Re-ask your question, but not in a compound format.
Okay, isn't it true that Mr. Olson was already on the ground when you tased him in compliance?
That is not true.
Do you have the body cam footage of that?
In 2022, the Franklin Police Department was not equipped with body cameras.
So does anyone from that scene have body cam footage from that arrest?
In 2022, the Franklin Police Department was not equipped with body-worn cameras.
Okay. All right.
Hippie chick, lady die, spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls.
All right. So again, the crowbar was found, and was that actually linked to Mr. Olson?
In what respect?
In any evidence, DNA?
I'm not sure.
That was never found in Mr. Olson's possession, and nobody ever seen him with a crowbar. Is that correct?
I can't comment on what anybody else did. I did not see Mr. Olson with a crowbar.
Okay, so you found damage on the house, but that was never broken into. Is that correct?
Entry was
Objection out of the knowledge of this witness.
Overruled. You may answer the question if you know it.
Entry was not made to the residence proper, at the residence where the door was damaged.
And so the crowbar was never measured to any damage that was committed to any of these properties that you investigated. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, it was not.
Okay. That's really all I have. I just wanted to make sure you have.
Thank you. No commentary. Okay, redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. I'm referring back to exhibit number 57. You stated the crowbar was found in this area right here previously.
Correct.
How were you contacted about this crowbar?
At the time of Mr. Olson's arrest, there were contractors doing work on that building. One of the contractors was the subject who contacted us about finding that crowbar.
And there are red dashes on this map. What are those red dashes?
Those red dashes indicate Mr. Olson's flight path through the condo complex before he was taken into custody.
And could you just describe for us in plain words what's a flight path?
The way he ran.
The way he ran. Nothing further, thank you.
Reclass on that?
Yes. So did you witness Mr. Olson actually running?
I did not.
Also, when Mr. Olson was arrested, did he have a bike in his possession?
Not at the time of his being taken into custody, but I did see you with that bike prior to.
Could you direct the witness to only answer the question that he's
Please answer. Next question, please.
So I just want to be clear, was Mr. Olson found in possession of this bike when he was arrested, yes or no?
I witnessed you in possession of the bike.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm asking when.
Mr. Olson, move on.
I object to that. So where the crowbar was found, where was this at? And is it correct that there is no path indicating that Mr. Olson was in this area? I'm not sure where it was found, but if somebody could point out, because this path, I don't believe was there a crowbar
Also,
found?
no commentary. You're not testifying. Just ask your question. I believe you did ask the question.
Okay.
Officer, do you need that question repeated?
Yes, please.
Just the question. Please repeat that question.
Where
Only that question.
was this crowbar found?
Here.
I believe the records reflect that the officer or witness pointed to the lowest part of the red dotted line on the picture in that exhibit.
Officer, was that in between the two buildings in the bottom center of that picture?
Yes. There's a tree here. There's a patch of grass in between the eastmost building and the west building of the condo complex. The crowbar was found in this grass right here.
All right, thank you. Okay, next question, please.
No.
All right, follow up to that, State.
No, thank you.
Thank you, officer. You may step down.
Thank you.
State calls Officer David Chrissy.
I actually thought he fell with how quick he went up. I was like, wait, he got up and the seat was empty. I thought he must have fallen.
I do. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Officer David Chrissy, DAVID CRISSEY.
Officer Chrissy, you're employed by the city of Franklin, is that correct?
Yes,
As a police officer?
yes,
How long have you been employed in that capacity in the city of Franklin?
just over 12 years.
So you were employed in that capacity in November of 2022?
Yes,
Were you involved in the investigation where Timothy Olson was the suspect?
in the investigation part of it, no, but the follow-up and arrest of the case, yes.
Yes. Okay. So specifically the arrest, right?
Yes.
Yes. When you say you were involved in the arrest, what was your role?
On that morning, in roll call, our sergeant had given us information that the suspect was believed to still be in the area. He was reportedly to be seen by a local business that's in the near area, and we were provided photos, a description of what he was wearing at that business, and we kind of had a lot of us in that general area on the morning.
On what morning was that?
It would have been November 29th,
Of 2022?
2022, yes.
So when you say there were a lot of us in the area, where were you specifically that morning?
Specifically, I was on Rawson around 27th Street, 35th Street, more or less just driving around in that area of the city.
And I'm showing you what was previously marked as exhibit number 57. Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes,
Yes. How have you seen this exhibit before?
as you and I talked.
Right. So did you create this map?
I did not.
No, one of your colleagues created this map?
Yes.
And when you say you were on Rawson driving around, is Rawson Avenue on this map?
Rawson Ave would be the road on the very bottom of that picture.
And I'm pointing to it with my pen. So right there is Rawson Road?
Yes, Rawson Ave.
Rawson Ave.
Yes.
Thank you. And is this in the city of Franklin, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Yes. Why is this area specifically important?
So this is 35th Street, the road that's on the right of that picture. And then just a few blocks over is 27th Street. The local business where he was reported to be seen the night before is just a few blocks away. Also, just to the south of, or to the bottom of that picture, there's the business where the case initiated.
And that's Casa de Giorgio?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And you stated specifically you had a role in the arrest. What did you do for the arrest?
So while I was driving around in the area, P.O. Frusti had called out on the radio that he was 90% sure he saw the suspect in this case. He described them as wearing a dark black jacket, dark jeans, and a black knit hat, which also matched the description from the local businesses. And he described that person being on 35th Street, Rawson area, and then saw them go to the east, west, which would be to the left of that picture. Once he called that out, I then drove to the area and I began checking westbound on Cypress Lane, which is the road at the very top of that photo.
And I am terrible at directions, and this photo is upside down and backwards from what everyone else is looking at. So could you point like which direction you were traveling on this photograph?
Officer, you can step down and then point and then state that you can narrate for the record.
Yeah.
So the photo is oriented in north, west, east, and then south.
Okay. So just to get it, you're pointing at the top of the photo as north,
Yep.
and then west is to the left, and east is to the right, and south is to the bottom.
Yes.
So where were you traveling? Just point and I'll narrate.
Okay.
So you were going from right to left on Cypress Ave.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
So as I was going down Cypress Avenue, there's that large space you can see in between the two houses. When going through there, I was looking to the left, and in that tree wood line there, as you can see, that separates the condominiums, which is those buildings on the low left of the low part of the photo, and then the residential housing. That tree line, I saw a male, white, wearing a black knit hat.
Guess what? You're a bitch.
Jacket and dark jeans. When I saw him, he was in that tree line and in like a crouching position, partially behind the tree, but your head kind of looking around the tree. So it looked like they were hiding, but also trying to like see around where they were hiding.
Okay. And I'm just going to stop you there for a second. So you were going down this road, which is at the top,
Yep.
from right to left. But when you got to this big open space in the top left of the photo, you were able to see to the tree line in the middle of the photo. And that's where you saw that person crouching. Is that
Yes.
correct? And thank you. Continue.
So I saw that person. I got on my radio. I began calling out. I see someone matching the description in that tree line. I then accessed my rifle with the knowledge that in the previous case, the handgun was implied. So I grabbed my rifle and began moving in that direction. Lost sight of the person there, but right as I lost sight of him, I heard another officer, P.O. German, call out. He then was now in visual observation of that person, and it was within seconds of me losing sight, P.O. German, who was in, I believe, like the condo area parking lot on 35th there. He then had sight of him. So I continued on my path. As I'm on that path, I can hear German yelling, "Stop, police," to someone.
So when you say you can Just gonna back up, because this part's not clear. Were you still in your car?
No, I grabbed my rifle and began foot moving in the direction of the tree line where I saw him.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if you said that before, I might have dismissed it. And then, so you're on foot with your rifle moving towards the tree line, which is moving from the top to the bottom of the photo?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you say you heard Officer German or someone, was that over radio or did you hear it?
I heard it. It was not over radio. I could hear him yelling, "Stop, police," to someone just out in the open air as I was running in that direction.
And I'm going to ask again a question. Distance-wise, like, how far is this? Like, quarter mile?
No, I would estimate it to be about 40 yards, maybe 50 yards.
So fairly short distance.
Yeah.
Okay. So you are moving towards the tree line. You hear someone yell out, "Stop, police." What do you see and do next?
So as soon as I got to that tree line, and to describe that a little bit, this is just like a top photo of it. It's mostly flat on the residential house side. It has a slight incline towards the trees, but once you get to the trees, there's a steeper, more of a mound going down. So once I got to the tree line, I can see clearly from the tree line down to those condos, everything's open up. I'm also up on a slight hill. Down the mound is where I see Officer German, who was the one I could hear, because I couldn't see him when I heard him yelling to stop police, but it was in the exact direction I was already moving in. I just continued in that same direction towards what I hear German yelling, "Stop, police." As soon as I got to that point, I could then see German, or Officer German, in pursuit of the same person that I saw.
And how long had you worked with Officer German at this point?
He got hired a year after myself, and we've worked third shift together for, I think, like 9 years. And then we've been on day shift. We had like about a 6 month to a year in between us being separated shifts that we were both on day shift. So for the vast majority of my career, I've worked with German.
So even before you could see him, did you know his voice?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right. So and again, I'm pointing to the tree line in the middle of the photograph. There's a hill down towards these bigger buildings, which we're referring to as the condominium complex, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So we're moving down there and you see it. You see Officer German and Mr. Olson. What happens next?
Yes. So I see Officer German in foot pursuit of Mr. Olson. I see them go in between the two buildings, kind of going upstairs. So I follow him up those stairs. Once I got to the top of the stairs, Officer German had already begun giving him commands to get on the ground, and he was on his knees at that time. When I got there, he was passively resisting in that he was not following those commands. He was not actively fighting us, but he just was not listening to German's commands of what to do.
Do you see Mr. Olson in this courtroom here today?
Yes.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's wearing a light blue shirt, and he's seated at this first table in front of you.
May the record reflect identity of the defendant. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it shall. Thank you. So you see Officer German, Mr. Olson's passively resisting. What do you do next?
I assisted with providing lethal coverage while they continued that. Again, we had the knowledge of him implying he had a weapon before. So German was giving commands. As German was giving commands, Officer Frusti also came in and assisted with taking him into custody. So while those two went hands-on of actually placing him into handcuffs, I stayed as lethal coverage. And part of my process with that is when he did eventually get on the ground, I did restrain his legs to keep his legs from moving around or anything like that. There was also a stint where while we were trying to get him into custody, he was taking his right hand and trying to slide it underneath his body. That caused us a little bit of delay in getting him handcuffed. But eventually we were able to pull his arm out from behind him and get him secured.
After he was secured, did you have any other roles in the investigation?
I assisted with transporting him to the hospital. He went to the hospital, got medical clearance there. So P.O. Frusti and P.O. Wallace rode in the ambulance. I drove behind. I stayed with him at the hospital until he was medically cleared. I assisted with collecting some of his clothing. I assisted then taking him from the hospital back to the police department, where I then turned him over to Detective Zaleski to continue his investigation. And then I assisted P.O. German with inventorying the clothing property.
So you assisted Officer German. I'd like to show you one photo marked exhibit number 67. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Why do you recognize that photo?
It's the photo of after he was taken into custody and moved down to the road where P.O. German and then P.O. Wallace conducted a search of him. And then I am in the photo.
I'd ask that exhibit be moved into evidence. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And then permission to publish?
You may.
This is exhibit number 67. Is this what you were looking at?
Yes.
Yes. And that's you on the right side of that photo?
Yes.
Who is in the middle?
Mr. Olson.
And who is on the left?
P.O. Gary Wallace.
Were you involved in the attempting to identify Mr. Olson?
Not directly, no.
Did you take the photographs of the clothes as they were being placed into inventory?
I assisted with it. I cannot say for sure if I actually am the one who took the photo or if I was the one handling it. I do not recall exactly if I had the camera in my hand.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, class.
So are you aware of Mr. Olson actually stealing any items, breaking into any buildings, dwellings? Are you personally aware of, did you personally see Mr. Olson committing any of these acts?
I was not a part of the initial investigation.
Okay, and when you arrested Mr. Olson, did you see the other officer tase Mr. Olson when he was already on the ground?
I did see you get tased.
And Mr. Olson was already on the ground, isn't that correct?
I do not believe that was correct at that point.
When you came running up with your rifle and the other officer came up and tased Mr. Olson was already on the ground with his hands behind his back, and he was tased in the back of his arm.
Mr. Olson was on his knees, and again, passively resisting, and also concealing his right hand underneath his body when we were trying to detain him.
And again, do you have body cam footage of these accusations?
We did not have body cams at that time.
Okay. And you implied that Mr. Olson had been carrying a weapon, or that had been implied. Was there any footage or anybody that actually witnessed Mr. Olson ever being in possession of a weapon?
I was not,
especially a firearm.
I was not a part of the initial investigation.
Okay, but you said you had knowledge of Mr. Olson implying that he had a weapon, a firearm. Is that okay?
That is what I was told. Yes.
Okay, so you have no knowledge of no proof of that. There was no one actually witnessed Mr. Olson with a weapon. Is that correct?
Again, I was not a part of that initial investigation. I do not have knowledge from the investigation of what they learned, how they learned it, the evidence to it. I have knowledge of what I was told.
And that was that it was implied that he was in possession of one.
Yes.
No one actually witnessed it. Implied.
Again, I was not a part of that initial investigation.
All right. So you never found any firearm when you arrested Mr. Olson. Is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. I'll allow it. You may answer the question if you know it.
I did not.
Okay. Well, that's all.
Redirect.
Just briefly, officer, you stated passive resisting. What is that?
Passive resistance is not by your verbal actions or your physical actions in doing something such as like physically actually hitting. Passive would be in I'm telling you to do something and you're just ignoring me. So I'm telling you to do something specific, like lay on the ground, put your arms by your side, and someone would just not do that. That would be passive resistance.
Is it possible that Mr. Olson didn't hear these commands?
I do not believe so. We were clear, loud. We were in a very short space, very close together. I don't know any reason that would be reliable why he wouldn't have.
Why is passive resisting a concern?
Because it shows signs of potentially becoming active. And if they're not listening to us as what we're giving commands now, it does not allow us to have that dialogue to see that we're working together to come to a safe resolution.
You also stated that there was a hand in the pocket. Tell us about that.
I don't know specifically in his pocket. It was when we eventually did get him onto the ground laying flat, it was underneath his body. So I can't specifically say it was pocket, but it was just underneath him and it was just that one arm.
Was that concerning to you?
Yes, and that's why I maintained the lethal coverage while the other two officers were trying to get him detained.
Why was that concerning to you?
Because of the previous knowledge of him implying that he had a weapon. And when people are resisting us, we're trying to take him into custody. There's always the concern of, are they going to pull something that we can't see and then use it against us?
When you state you provided lethal coverage, that's why you had your rifle out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you provide lethal coverage for only firearms?
No.
No. What other types of weapons do you provide lethal coverage for?
Any sort of weapon, a knife, a bat, even like an unknown device potentially. whenever we're going hands-on with someone, we always try to keep at least one person having lethal coverage just in case.
No further questions.
Recross?
So Mr. Olson never actually physically showed any resistance in that way. Only what you're saying is that he was not listening to commands. Is that correct? So he never physically made any effort to harm an officer or against an officer. He never brandished any weapon. Is that correct?
Correct.
And also there were several officers there, so several officers yelling all different commands. Isn't that also true? So it is true that Mr. Olson might have not been able to follow each and every command that every officer was yelling.
I only recall Officer German giving commands.
Okay. How many officers were surrounding Mr. Olson at that time when he was getting on the ground?
3.
Okay, so it is possible that Mr. Olson was given other commands as well, because you came up with your rifle. The other officer tased Mr. Olson in the arm, in the back of the arm. I mean, is it possible that because of the tasing, also that Mr. Olson's arms might not have been able to completely be put behind his back because of the tasing?
Objection, compound question.
Sustained.
Okay. So when Mr. Olson was tased, couldn't that have affected some of that as far as his motor functions? I mean, isn't that possible?
As the tasing incident happened, it did not appear the taser had any effect. As how we are trained to when we observe the reaction, you did not have any typical reaction to a taser being effective.
Okay. Mr. Olson was the one being tased, and it did. Are you completely aware that it did not affect him? I've never heard of a tasing not affecting someone.
It is common for a taser to not affect someone.
Okay. That's all.
Okay, follow up to that. One question. Were you yelling commands to Mr. Olson?
I was not giving any commands.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, officer. You may step down. Okay, members of the jury, it's now 10:06. I think it's time for a break. We've been going a little over an hour. And so plan for about 5 to 6 minutes, a shorter break, and then we'll bring you back. I remind everyone that this case is not concluded. Therefore, do not talk about this case. Do not conduct your own research. Okay, enjoy your break.
That's fine. Yeah, I know. I don't know who knows that. Oh, the book is in there? I know. Well, try to use it. No, this came from a box.
And then last one, please close the door. Thank you.
So where are you going? You need to rest.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Just one thing I want to place on the record, and then one question I have for state. I did notice that during the course of examination this morning that juror number 1 had her eyes closed momentarily at times. It doesn't indicate that she wasn't paying attention, but she did have her eyes closed. Okay, state, your witness lineup. How many more witnesses do you have? It's 10. And so if we could break a little early today at 11:30, that would be ideal, but it's your presentation, so I don't want to entirely dictate that either.
That might work well, because I have two witnesses, and then, well, I have total witnesses first. I'll give you total witnesses first. 1, 2. I have 7 total witnesses. I have 2 that I could call, and then that would be a good place for a break. One is Officer German. He'll be a little bit longer. And then Officer Mark Ichkowski. He was the initial responding for the burglary. So if I could do both of those, and then that would be a good place for a break. And then I would have I would have the other ones ready for this afternoon. Frankly, I'm not sure if we would get to all of the rest this afternoon, because it's 2 crime lab analysts. Detective Zaleski is going to be a little bit longer. But I will do my best.
Let's try to push through and go a little later, but hopefully no later than 4:45. We'll start at 1 o'clock and go on the record at 1:15. And let's try to end this morning at 11:30 or 11:45. I have one case I find trying to call, and so that's why I'm trying to give myself a little bit of time on that. Okay, so given that information, I'll plan accordingly. Mr. Olson?
Yes. So no. As you recall, I was only given the witness list on Tuesday, I believe, and it was attempted to be given to me last Friday, and we did not have a final pretrial. So my witness list was never subpoenaed by my standby attorney as he was asked to do. and I was not given the witness list.
What's your ask of the court,
So
Mr. Olson?
I would like to. I'm going to need to recall Betty Hannell, Michael Scott Four, and I believe it was Garrett Olson. There was two statements made by Mr. Four, which is why he needs to be recalled. They had to make two statements where he changed his initial
First
statement.
of all, if you call those witnesses, you may recall them. So the state's not recalling those witnesses.
Okay.
And you were given an opportunity to cross-examine them. You refused to participate with cross-examination. If you did not, subpoena those witnesses. I'm not even talking about the witness list now. If you did not subpoena those witnesses, I don't know what ability you have to call those witnesses at this point. You can try to work with the state to see if they could recall that witness for your benefit, but I don't know that you have much to do with getting that witness back on the stand because you didn't subpoena those witnesses. I understand it. So my point in all that is that those are state's witnesses. You can try to work with state to see if they can get those witnesses back. Sometimes that's what parties do. I'm not telling you to do that, but that may be something worthwhile discussing. And lastly, what is your final ask of the court?
Okay, so regarding those, my ability yesterday was.
Let's not go back in history. What are you asking the court?
Well, I need to get it on the record, Your Honor. So the officers, I believe Garrett Olson was one of them that had. There was two officers that made the statement for Michael Four. So which is why I need even if I would have been able. Let me finish.
No. My direction to you, and I remind you of the rules of decorum. I ask you a question, and if you have an ask of the court, ask me what it is you want me to do.
Okay.
I don't need a whole long story about why you didn't participate in cross-examination. It sounds like to me you want me to do something. What are you asking me to do?
So I'm asking to be allowed to subpoena my witnesses because I didn't get a chance because the witness list was not given to me.
Okay. So then this goes back to what I just said before, which is that if you want to call witnesses who apparently were and are on state's witness list, and you did not subpoena those witnesses, you have an opportunity, should you want to take advantage of the opportunity, to meet and confer with the state to see if they're amenable to working with you. That's all I can do. What you're asking me to do, I cannot do. Okay. Effectively, you want me to pull these witnesses back in so that you can examine them. And we don't need to repeat so many things on the record, but if that's your ask, that's my explanation in response to your ask. Okay. So now we're going to go off the record and I'm going to give the parties about a 5-minute break. We'll come back at that point, and it looks like probably that's going to be closer to it's 10:13. So let's plan on going on the record by no later than 10:20. Okay. Off the record.
Great dates. Great dates. Great dates.
Please so you can spell your name for the record. Alan German, I'm A-N.
Thank you. Officer German, you're employed with the Franklin Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
How long have you been employed with the Franklin Police Department?
I've been a police officer approximately 12 years.
So you were, again, employed in that capacity in November of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Do you have any roles in the investigation regarding Mr. Timothy Olson?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us about the roles in that investigation?
I was aware of a complaint that happened on my days off. Essentially, there was a kidnapping with the threat of a firearm implied during that investigation, and a suspect was developed.
And what is the name of that suspect?
Timothy Olson.
And when you say a suspect was developed, what did you do regarding that suspect?
I guess, could you be more specific?
Yes, I'm sorry, that was a bad question. Were you involved in locating that suspect?
Yes.
What was your role in locating Mr. Olson?
The morning he was taken into custody, my shift supervisor that morning tasked day shift patrol with kind of saturating the area where he had multiple sightings within the last few days. And I took initiative and put a more directed patrol in that area that morning.
And I'm showing you on the screen what was marked as exhibit number 57. Are you familiar with this exhibit?
Yes.
Yes. Why are you familiar with this exhibit?
This is an overview map of the area where he was taken into custody.
And did you put this map together?
I did, yes.
Yes. And then regarding the map, I just want to ask a couple questions. There's a red box on the right-hand side. Why is there a red box there?
After the defendant was spotted that morning, I responded to that area generally where he was last known, and that's where I parked my squad car.
Okay. So you're saturating the area looking for Mr. Olson. Did you ever come into contact with Mr. Olson?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us about how that happened?
So about 9:48 a.m. that morning, Officer Frusti radioed through our primary radio frequency that he thought he had spotted Mr. Olson walking in that general area of 35th Street and West Rawson Avenue in the city of Franklin. Officer Christie and I immediately responded. We were within close proximity. Officer Frusti lost eyesight on him. He had mentioned that the defendant was pushing or riding a bicycle, a red bicycle. So Officer Christie arrived on scene moments before I did, maybe 20 to 30 seconds before I did. Officer Christie, as you can kind of see in the map, there's an intersection on the top right corner. That's West Cypress Avenue and 35th Street. Officer Christie made a westbound turn on Cypress, and I figured probably best for me to stay a little bit south. That way we can cover more area. I parked my squad there, and Officer Christie said he saw him running southbound near that tree line. You can kind of see there's a condominium complex to the bottom of the picture and residences to the north. Mentioned that he was somewhere within that area. So we didn't have eyes on him. We didn't see where he was. We knew he was generally within that area. So I'm part of the drone unit at the Franklin Police Department. So I immediately got the drone out. I was getting ready to put that up in the air. Figured that was going to cover more area while we had more officers responding. And literally as I put it on the ground, I looked up and I heard that Officer Christie said he saw him running either eastbound or southbound, kind of in that tree area. And I looked up and I immediately saw Mr. Olson, kind of where that first X is in the middle of the picture there.
And just so we're clear on it, when you're saying that tree area, do you mean this line of trees in the middle of the photograph?
Yes.
And when you say you first saw him near that X, is that the X that you saw?
Yes, it is.
And then when you say you were parked and getting your drone out, am I correct in assuming that's near that rectangle?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So when you saw Mr. Olson here, what did you do?
Well, I figured the drone wasn't going to be much use since I could see him. So I stowed that in the trunk area of my squad and immediately began running towards where he was kind of crouching and ducking underneath whatever tree that was. There was some kind of pine tree or evergreen tree. He was crouched and it looked like he was frantically trying to come up with a plan in his head. He was looking around, I think trying to piece together that he was probably caught and he was looking for another exit plan. So I immediately took off on foot after him in that direction.
What happened next?
I was wearing what I'm wearing now, a full police uniform with badge and all these gadgets up here. And he saw me. I started running at him. I announced for him to stop. I told him I would stop police, very general, kind of in the heat of the moment. That's what I'm trained to do, stop, identify myself. And I began running after him. He slowly started walking kind of where that red dotted line is in like a southwesterly fashion through the parking lot. As I began closing distance on him, then he began to run away from me.
When you say run away was like common meaning, right?
Yes.
Like run. So he was trying to move then fairly quickly?
Trying, yes.
So and again, moving from this X towards down this dotted line towards that X, is that correct?
Correct.
So I then pointed towards the bottom middle of the picture where there is a second small X. So he started running, you're running after him. What happened next?
So between the two buildings there's a stairwell that connects the parking lot to the entrances of those condos. He started running up the steps. I had closed the distance on him pretty quickly. And as I'm broadcasting out to other officers that are within this area or responding to the area where I am, where I'm going, essentially what's going on, I drew my firearm from my holster, knowing that there was, during the initial investigation, a threat of a firearm implied when the kidnapping occurred. I feared that he may still be armed, whether he was or wasn't, I wasn't sure, but I wasn't going to take that chance. So I continued running after him up that stairwell, eventually caught up to him. He stopped. I wasn't either try to engage me in a fight or surrender. So I kind of started slowing things down in my head. I wanted more people there. I wanted more help to take him into custody, knowing kind of what had happened a couple days prior to this.
Can I interrupt you
Sure.
for 1 second? I'm sorry. When you say you engaged with him and you wasn't sure if he was going to fight or surrender. Is that based on your training and experience?
Yes.
So why did you think that?
Ultimately, I wanted him under arrest, and I was thinking in my head what was the safest way to do that, and that was to start starting a dialogue with him, start engaging with him verbally to see kind of what his level of compliance was going to be.
Were any other officers with you at that point?
Initially, no. Eventually, Officer Christie was able to catch up with me, and yeah.
What were you saying to Mr. Olson when you said you were engaging him verbally?
Like I said, obviously, I was wearing a full police uniform. It was pretty obvious that I wanted him to stop. I was running after him. I know at one point he looked at me or looked over his shoulder while I was chasing after him. So it was obvious that I was telling him and giving him commands to stop. So as we got to kind of the top of the last step, he turned around and looked at me, and I just gave him commands to get onto his stomach or lay onto his belly, something to that effect, so we could take him into custody in a more safer manner.
Did Mr. Olson comply with those commands?
Yes and no. He started complying by dropping to his knees, but he didn't fully prone himself out on his stomach, but he did go to his knees, so it was kind of passively complying with us.
What does passively compliant mean to you?
Non-threatening, non-compliant behavior.
So as he dropped to his knees, what did you do next?
Like I said, Officer Christie was right next to me. I realized that he had his patrol rifle on his person. I holstered my firearm so I could go call it hands-on. I could go manipulate with my handcuffs and place them onto him. We were still kind of waiting for him to lay onto his stomach. I felt it was going to be safer to prone him out onto his belly rather than him have a quick reaction and go from both knees to step onto one foot to maybe start fighting with us. So we continued to try to gauge that compliance for him to lay down.
Did Mr. Olson eventually comply?
He did not lay down on his stomach. He did not follow those commands.
What happened?
I want to be careful with saying how I describe passive resistance. He was non-threatening, non-compliant in that moment. However, knowing that there was still a firearm involved in this initial complaint, I think that helps justify why Officer Christie had his firearm still trained on him. It wasn't like, okay, he was being cooperative with us in this moment, so we're just going to stop using force, I guess showing a threat of force. We still wanted to justify why we were doing that, and thinking back to him with the initial complaint having that firearm as a threat, which is why we had the firearm still drawn on him. But ultimately, reverting back to your question, Officer Frusti came from the south side of the building, so the bottom portion of the building, and kind of my perception was he observed that the defendant wasn't following my commands for him to go onto his stomach, and ultimately Officer Frusti deployed his taser.
How many people were giving commands to Mr. Olson?
It was, as far as I remember, it was only me. It was only me giving him commands.
How many officers were present at the time Mr. Olson was physically taken into custody?
3 of us, Officer Frusti, Officer Christie, and myself.
More officers showed up later, right?
Correct.
But it was only 3 of you taking him into custody.
Correct.
Okay. What happened next?
So Officer Frusti deployed his taser, which was ineffective, meaning it didn't work. There was, I don't want to say a scuffle, but ultimately he was, I don't know if he fell onto his stomach or if he was pushed onto his stomach. At some point he was placed in that prone position. I was able to maintain control of his left hand, placed one handcuff onto his left hand, and he immediately took his right hand and placed it in like underneath his belly. It appeared that he was reaching for something either under his waistband or just simply trying to avoid having the other handcuff put on his right hand. We were able to more or less wrestle that right hand behind his back and safely take him into custody without further incident.
Thank you. And then the deputy is going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 64, 65, and 66. Is that right, Deputy? Yeah. 64, 65, and 66.
Thank you.
Officer, now that you have the exhibits, could you tell us what those are?
Sure. Exhibit 64 is essentially a northerly pointed image of the condominium complex where he was taken into custody. You can kind of see on the upper left-hand portion of the image, it's the split between the 2 buildings, which is depicted in the Exhibit 57 on the screen. So I guess an overview distant image. 65 is like a concrete front landing stoop with a rock bed. That is where Mr. Olson was taken into custody. And 66 is kind of an in-between shot of what I just described, 64 and 65.
Thank you. I'd ask that those exhibits be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Officer, you already provided a bit of a description. This is exhibit number 64. I believe you said it was the overview of the condominium complex, correct?
Correct.
Where on this photo was Mr. Olson taken into custody?
So like I described, you can kind of see the roof overhang in the upper left-hand corner. It was in between those two buildings.
I'm pointing in the right direction?
Yes.
Okay. Upper left-hand corner. Could you tell us about this?
This is the front landing stoop of 3530 West Rustin Avenue in the rock bed where he was ultimately taken into custody.
Now, there's a lot of equipment in this photograph. Was that equipment there when Mr. Olson was taken into custody?
It was not. Those gentlemen contractors, I would imagine, were performing some sort of siding work on the condo itself. So within the time we took him into custody to taking these photos, which was probably 20 to 30 minutes later, they had kind of taken over the scene.
And this is exhibit number 66. Could you tell us about that photo?
Yeah, like I said, this is kind of an in-between shot of the two. You can kind of see in the background the lower level parking lot. There's like a black pickup truck there that connects where the stairwell was that I chased Mr. Olson up.
So, and I'm just pointing, just so we're on the same page, towards the top middle of that photo is that pickup truck,
Correct.
Right? And that was near where the stairwell was that you chased Mr. Olson up?
Yes.
Thank you. So after Mr. Olson was taken into custody, did you have any other roles in this investigation?
Yes. Standard protocol, immediately seat him into a recovery position, make sure he's okay, his physical well-being, make sure he's okay. If he's injured, sick, needs medical attention, he did that. He stated no. At that point, we stood him to his feet and walked him to the front of one of our police cars. There had been multiple officers that had responded at that point. During the time of this incident, we didn't have body-worn cameras. So our standard protocol was to perform a search of somebody incident to arrest on a dash camera in front of one of our squads, which is what we did.
And then I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 67. Is that what Mr. Olson looked like on the time he was arrested?
Yes.
Yes. And then you stated you performed a search of him. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm also going to show you what's been marked as exhibits numbers 83 through 88.
You see? All right.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And officer, just take a look at those photos. Do those photos look familiar to you?
Yes.
And as a group, what are those photos depicting?
Essentially property that was on his person that was located by officers after he was searched.
Was that property located mostly by you?
Let me double check. Yes, with the exception of Exhibit 80, Officer Wallace, the remainder of it was located by me.
And were you involved in taking those photographs?
Yes.
Yes. And in fact, took those photographs?
Yes.
I'd ask that exhibits numbers 83 through 88 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. I'm actually going to start with, I'll start with exhibit number 83. What is exhibit number 83?
A U.S. Bank debit card that had the owner's information on the front, Betty Hannell.
And then this is, where was this found?
He had a significant amount of property on him, which will be depicted in a later exhibit, but I believe that fell out of his jacket pocket as I was pulling another item out of it.
So is that why this photo was taken on the ground?
Yes.
Yes. And just to go over that again, you stated it fell on the ground as you were taking out another item?
Yeah, that's my recollection, yeah.
So could you describe exactly what you were doing when you were searching?
So essentially, when we search somebody, we do a visual search first. So maybe open up a pocket and see what's in there. He had a significant amount of property on him, including like shampoo and conditioner and large items. Some of those items obviously hid what else was beyond or hidden in that pocket as well. So as I pulled something out, I don't remember exactly what came out first, but this fell out onto the ground first. I was unsure if this needed to be processed for whatever reason for DNA or fingerprints or whatnot. So I left it as is in the grass where it had fallen and photographed it in its original state, I guess.
Are you wearing gloves while you're searching someone?
Yes.
And this is exhibit number 84. What is this?
This was after we had determined that just needed to be collected as evidence and no DNA needed to be collected initially from the scene. Then I then flipped it over and took a reverse photo of it as well.
Thank you. And I'm going then to skip to exhibit number 86. What is exhibit number 86?
So I searched one half of the defendant, his left side. This was all of the property that was recovered from his left side of his person. So pants pocket, front and back, and jacket pocket, maybe a front sweatshirt pocket, but essentially those three main pockets, pants and the jacket.
Are these items in some sort of container?
Right now?
Yes.
Yes, they're in a plastic or a paper bag.
Why?
That was provided me by Detective Harrison. It was somewhere to store all that stuff because it was a significant amount of things to hold on to as evidence.
Is there any significance to the paper bag?
Yeah. Basically, things that can be stored in plastic bags things that are stored in paper bags can breathe better. Air can get in and out of it, and it may not tamper with whatever evidence collection may need to be done later. So a paper bag was presented to me, and for that reason, I'm assuming.
And this is exhibit number 85. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, this was a gray guidesman pocket knife that was located on his person. I don't recall if this was in his jacket pocket, or in a pants pocket.
And then I'm showing you what was marked as exhibit number 87. Could you tell me about this exhibit?
These were items located on the right side of his person. Unclear if it was from his jacket or from his pants, but these were recovered by Officer Wallace.
Your Honor, I would ask for a quick sidebar, but I know that's not possible to do in this situation. So I just want to bring something up outside of the presence of the jury.
Okay. Our members of the jury.
Hello, Lisa. Sorry, I was far away there. Hope you're doing well, Lisa.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Do we need that witness?
He can stay because I think it'll affect his testimony. So I'd prefer if he stay. I noticed that exhibit number 88 had a pipe generally used for smoking illegal substances. And I did not file any motions in limine to allow that in. I noticed it before I presented it to the jury. It wasn't objected to by Mr. Olson when he reviewed the photos, but I think in an abundance of caution that I would like to place a blue Post-it over that pipe and then I can more officially redact that photo if the jury requests to see it. But I think that would be best, or I can take a black marker and cross that out. I just wanted to, one, alert the witness not to talk about it, and two, bring that up for the record so it was clear, because now the exhibit has changed slightly since Mr. Olson saw the photo.
Okay, defense?
Yeah, I mean, I agree that it should.
Well, make sure you use the microphone.
I agree that it should be taken out, and I didn't notice it. And I would like to state for the record that
I'm just asking your response to exhibit 88.
Yes, well, so I agree that that should be blacked out, and also when I would have objected if I would have seen it on there. I'm still having trouble with my vision.
Okay, all right. I think, do we have the ability to color Xerox? Because I think what would be better is to avoid any speculation by the jury, whether you are publishing it or whether it goes back to, sent back to the jury room during deliberation, so that if somehow we can't put something over it, over that item, and then Xerox in color, and then the Xerox copy would be used, because I think if you put a blue sticky, they're going to speculate as to what's being hidden, and I want to avoid that. Even though, of course, the jury instruction will tell them do not speculate on things that are not brought in. I'm just going above and beyond to ensure that we don't have an issue. Is there? So I'm asking the clerks. Do we?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Yeah, my thought too is just to keep going, put the sticky over it. I can make a color copy that we can make a record about during break. Because I don't know, it's going to look like something is covered up, no matter what. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, can I see it, please?
Yeah, you want? Yeah,
let's go off the record. 88. Let me take a look at 88. More to, well, it's going to be hard to either cut it out or tape it up without making it obvious that something is there. I was hoping that the position of the item would be in such way whereby we could just simply cut that picture, that item out, and then Xerox copy it so that it's a cleaner removal of that item that both parties are agreeing should not be in Exhibit 88. All right, so given the position of that item, I think the proposal is appropriate and the best we can do. So go ahead and cover up that pipe, and then we'll proceed in that way. The court will also order then that as the proponent of Exhibit 88, you provide a color Xerox copy of that, and then share that with Mr. Olson. But given our discussion on the record and the court's direction to the proponent of Exhibit 88, the order of the court is for state to then make that slight change to Exhibit 88 for the purposes of the jury's viewing. And that Xerox copy will be the one that is kept in evidence.
And I'll show, I
Yes.
covered it, I'll show Mr. Olson and Your Honor.
Okay.
That is check person possibly over the color copy.
So wait, what is that?
Yes, that's sufficient.
This is covering the
The state did show me Exhibit 8 with that pipe covered by the blue
All right.
sticky. It is appropriately done, and it is the best that anyone can do under the circumstances. Okay, ready then?
So,
Yeah, and I did show Mr. Olson. He didn't he made me remove it. I put it back on in the same spot. If he wants to show that to the jury, that's up to him.
that's not what I said. I just wasn't aware of how it was covered at time. So
Okay.
I just wanted to see.
Well, one person at a time. Okay, stay. Anything else?
No.
Okay, and then defense.
Okay, so I have one more thing. I'm asking that the 4 jurors be removed from the jury pool, the jury, because of the 3 that I seen talking about the case in the hallway by the elevator. And
Mr. Olson, I'm going to stop you there because this ties in with your motion for mistrial. My instruction to you is, if you want me to rule, I can rule right now. But I think the better approach is to give you an opportunity to put in writing your motions, what you're asking of the court, and the basis for those motions. I understand that, in a sense, you are bringing that up again for my decision, but I am not in a position to. Although, of course, like I just stated, if you force my hand and you want me to rule, I certainly can't do that, but I don't think you want me to. So save that, write out your motion, present it to the court, and I will address it in due course. Okay, let's bring in the jury.
Officer German, we were talking about exhibit number 87. Let's just, I may have missed it. Where were those items found on Mr. Olson?
Officer Wallace located these items on the right side of his person. I'm not sure if it was in his pants pocket or jacket pockets.
And just regarding a couple of items in those photos, there's a black, long, slender item in the lower left-hand side. What type of item is that?
That was a Rapala brand knife, a folding knife.
And then right here, what is that in the top middle of the photo?
It's a key that I later learned was for an e-bike.
Why is that significant?
Later learned that was reported in a burglary that occurred, or reported later that morning.
Thank you. And then I'm showing you what was marked as exhibit number 88. Where were those items located?
As it's indicated on the photo, L left pockets between his pants and jacket pockets.
Who located those items?
I did.
And I just wanted to go over some of these items as well. These were all located on the left side of Mr. Olson's body.
Correct.
What is that item right there that I'm pointing to on the right side of the screen?
That was Betty Hanel's U.S. Bank debit card.
Was that the same debit card we saw with photos on the grass?
Yes, it was.
And then I'd also like to talk about this shampoo and conditioner bottle. Where were those located?
I believe those were in his jacket.
And then right here in basically the middle of that photograph, what is that?
That's a gray Guidesman brand folding knife.
And why were those items significant?
Also later learned that those were items taken during a burglary to an RV.
Thank you. After searching Mr. Olson, you took these photographs. Did you take any other, did you have any other roles and responsibilities?
Detective Sean Harrison and I were tasked with kind of rewalking the flight path that the defendant had when he fled from me.
And when we talk about that flight path, I'm going to go back to exhibit number 57. That's the red dashes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm having the officer show you what has been marked as exhibit number 89.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And let's just talk about walking the flight path. Why would you walk the flight path?
To essentially see if any items had been discarded from the location that I saw him to the location where that he was taken into custody.
And were you looking for anything in particular as you walked this flight path?
Nothing specific. Like the earlier exhibit had depicted, there was quite a bit of contractors out there doing work, so it was kind of hard to differentiate what was theirs versus what wasn't. When initially responding to this call, I knew that he was pushing or riding some sort of bicycle. So that was on the forefront of my mind is, where is this bicycle? And ultimately we located it.
Okay, so exhibit number 89, what is that a photo of?
Of the bicycle lying underneath a tree in that tree line that was earlier explained.
And is that that photo a representation of how it looked on that day, November 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
I'd ask that exhibit number 89 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Permission to
Proceed.
publish?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. This is exhibit number 89, officer. Where did you locate that bicycle?
So you can kind of see it's resting on a berm underneath a tree. In the background, you can see a residence that's facing south on West Cypress Lane. And in between the bicycle and the residence is a vacant lot. And you can kind of put it in perspective on the previous exhibit, the kind of the overlay map of exactly where that was, or ballpark located where that was, but essentially in that tree line.
So exhibit number 89, that's a residence. It's one of these two residences that I'm pointing to towards the top of the picture.
So if you can there you go. So we can see the clearing of the two residences, one on the corner of 35th and Cypress. There's the vacant lot, and then the second house in. Putting it in perspective, the house that's across the street is in the background of the previous exhibit. So it's sitting underneath one of those trees on the berm with that house in the background. So kind of ballparking it, it was generally where that X was, that upper right X on that photo we're looking at.
So just so I can point at the photo so the record is clear, you found the bike near this X, and the house in the background of the photo is actually off the photograph towards the top.
Correct.
Across Cypress Lane.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you find any other items of note on the flight path?
I did not know.
No. Did you have any other roles in this investigation?
Yes. So initially, Mr. Olson requested medical attention on the scene after we had completed the search of him. He was transported to Ascension Hospital in Franklin. Officer Frusti and Officer Chrissy escorted him. One followed in a police car. The other rode in the ambulance with him to the hospital. I went back to the station with some of the items that were located and essentially started helping out with tasks that needed to be completed. During this time, maybe an hour or two go by, and two burglaries were reported about a block or block and a half south of 35th and Rawson Avenue. As mentioned, a burglary to a garage and a burglary to the RV. So as those calls for service came out, I knew that Officer Frusti was an evidence technician. So I responded to Ascension Hospital, relieved him, so then he could come out to those other two calls for service and assist as needed.
And then did you also assist in taking more photographs for this investigation?
Yes.
What did you take photographs of?
I took photos of the bicycle after we had recovered it. That was ultimately turned over to an officer who transported it back to the station so we could place it into our evidence bay. And then I took more photographs of the items that he was wearing kind of in a more controlled environment in our evidence room, and then photographs of the clothing that he was wearing that day.
I'm going to show you exhibits 61, 62, and 63. Exhibit number 82, and then exhibits number 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72.
Jay, can you repeat those exhibit numbers again? Repeat the exhibit numbers.
I understand.
Oh, okay, great. You don't have them. Okay.
61, 62, 63, and then I skipped to 82, and then back to 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do those photos look familiar to you?
So far, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I recognize all of them.
And just generally, what were those photos of?
The clothing that he was wearing, a pair of tennis shoes, a black winter hat, a pair of rubber work gloves, a pair of jeans, a hooded sweatshirt, a camouflage jacket.
And were those the photos you took of the clothing on that day?
Yes.
Yes. I'd ask that those exhibits be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No. Received.
And permission to publish.
You may.
And Officer German, just one other question. How did you confirm the identity of Mr. Olson once he was taken into custody?
I did, yes. I recognized him from, like I had earlier described, a suspect that had been developed, including a name and photograph that I had viewed earlier. After he was taken into custody, let me back up. When I initially saw him, based on him running, as I started kind of closing in on him and he looked at me, I recognized that it was the defendant. After we had taken him into custody and I got a good, I guess, facial ID on him, I confirmed it was him. As we were walking him back to our squad to perform the search, he asked me why he was under arrest or what was going on, something to that effect. I asked him what his name was, and he told me his name was Cameron, and I stopped asking him questions after that.
Did you say he said his name was Cameron?
Correct.
Like Cameron?
He didn't spell it, but yes, more or less, that's how I assumed, yeah.
And that's not his name, correct?
It is not his name.
Do you see who you arrested in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
He's sitting at the table in front of us wearing a light blue button-up long sleeve shirt.
And what name did you identify him as?
Timothy Olson.
Thank you. And then I'm going back to the exhibits. These were items that he was wearing. We'll just run through them. Exhibit number 61, what is that?
The footwear that he was wearing, a pair of black Nike tennis shoes.
Is there any decal, like what color is the swoosh on this?
The swoosh looks to be a green.
Green. And exhibit number 62?
Both of the shoes that he was wearing.
Exhibit number 63?
The jeans that he was wearing.
Exhibit number 82?
A front image of the jeans he was wearing.
Exhibit number 68?
The rubber work gloves and black winter hat he was wearing.
Exhibit number 69?
This was a gray, I believe it was a Brookfield Academy track and field sweatshirt he was wearing underneath the jacket.
Exhibit number 70?
The camouflage reversible black jacket.
Exhibit number 71?
I think that's just the back image of that same jacket.
And exhibit number 72?
The inside, I guess we reversed it and flipped it so the camouflage was on the exterior, not the interior.
Why take photos of all of the clothes he was wearing?
There were multiple sightings of him during those 6 days that we were actively looking for him. And in those other incidents he was wearing, as was just shown in these exhibits.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross?
No, I don't have too many questions here. I just have one as far as the credit card that was found. That was Betty Handel's, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you are not aware whether or not Mr. Olson had permission to have that card?
I think it was implied.
That implied what?
That you did not have permission to have the card.
Okay, so are you aware that Mr. Olson actually did have permission to have that card?
Can you re-ask that question?
Are you aware that Mr. Olson actually knew Miss Handel, and Miss Handel and Mr. Olson actually knew each other, and she actually gave him permission to have that card?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so my point to that is that you're not aware then that Miss Handel and Mr. Olson had actually planned to meet that day, and that she actually gave him permission to use that card.
Objection. Question is items not in evidence. Sustained. I'd ask that it also be stricken. Stricken.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, officer. I'm sorry. State, do you have a follow-up to that? No. Okay. All right. Thank you, officer, for your testimony. State, your next witness.
Yes, the state calls Officer Mark Ijakowski.
Yes, please. Thank you.
They be given they request the. Yeah, but it's resolved the case.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
And please state and spell your name for the record.
Officer Mark, M-A-R-K, Ichkowski, I-C-Z-K-O-W-S-K-I.
Thank you. Officer, how are you employed?
City of Franklin Police Department.
And how long have you been with the city of Franklin?
Over 26 years.
And on November 29th, 2022, were you given any specific assignments?
I was dispatched to 7251 South 35th Street to investigate an attempt or possible burglary.
And what is at that location?
It's a single family residence with a detached garage.
Officer, I'm showing you what was previously marked as exhibit number 23. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
So when you arrived at this residence, what did you do? Actually, let me back up. Is this the residence you went to on that date?
Yes.
Yes. When you arrived to that residence, what did you do?
I first made contact with both Christine Endall and Jan Endall, who is actually, Jan Endall is the owner of the property. Christine had reported and shown me that the locking and handle mechanism to the residence door that's on the north side of the house had been manipulated, broken, and it appeared that there were some pry marks in that would disable the opening, the handle, and lock.
And that was to the residence?
Correct.
Yes.
Hello, Leanne. I was not ignoring you, Leanne. I'm sorry. I was doing something for my other channel. Hope you're doing well, Leanne. Allegedly. Sorry, Leanne.
And what about the garage area? Was there anything distinctive of that garage area?
The garage area was not damaged at all, and I did inquire about if the door, the access door to the garage had been tampered with or if it had ever been locked. And I believe Christine said that that door does not lock because they lost the key.
And was there any complaints of any items taken?
At that time, we didn't know about if there was any entry made into the interior of the house. But through the investigation, after Mr. Olson was taken into custody, Officer Gary Wallace had got a hold of me and asked if there was a red bike that belonged to anybody in the two investigations that I was ultimately going to investigate.
And was there a red bike that belonged to anybody?
Yes, I did ask Mr. Endall, and he confirmed that a bike had been hanging in his garage that was no longer there.
And do you know if that bike was ever located?
The bike was located in possession of Mr. Olson.
Now, regarding the residential burglary, did you have any other roles during that residential burglary?
During a neighborhood canvass, as we usually do, with an incident like this. I did make contact at 7271 South 35th Street, just to make contact to see if a resident had seen or knows anything else about the initial burglary. Walking up to the residence, there was an RV parked in the driveway, and I did notice that there was some damage to the side entrance door to the RV previously existing. I made contact with the resident there, Rebecca Schuster, who explained to me that the RV belonged to her father, who was temporarily parking it there until he could find winter storage for it.
So you just went, was this next door, for lack of a better term?
Approximately, yeah.
Approximately. Okay, I'm going to have the deputy give you pictures. They're marked exhibits numbers 28 and 29.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes,
What's in those photographs?
it is a RV camper.
Is that the RV camper that was located at 7271 South 35th Street?
Yes,
Yes. And that's in the city of Franklin, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin?
correct.
And is that the RV camper that you noticed the pry marks on?
Yes.
Yes. I'd ask that those exhibits be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
So, Your Honor.
Received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Officer, this is exhibit number 29. Is that the RV camper?
Yes.
And then exhibit number 28.
Yes.
Same camper?
Correct.
Could you tell me about where on the property this camper was located?
It was located in the driveway in front of the garage.
So close to a residence, far away?
It was directly in front of the residence, very close.
And then where on this RV did you notice the pry mark?
The side door that neither the front passenger or driver's side, it's the side door that you can see on the boxed in portion. That's where the pry marks and the damage to the, I guess, handle was located.
I'm pointing in the middle of the photograph. Is that the door you're referring to?
Correct.
Did you go inside of the RV?
Not at that time, no.
No. So you waited to contact the owners?
Correct.
And then you didn't take these photos yourself, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ross?
No, I'm fine.
All right, thank you, officer. You may step down. Okay, members of the jury, it's 11:22. And I think this is probably a good time to let you off for lunch. I know it's a little bit early, but as I explained during voir dire and when you were selected, there are other cases I have to call as well, and so I have to make time for that. Given that being the case, I'm going to let you off a little early. I remind everyone that this case is not concluded. You may not talk about this case. You may not post about it. You may not conduct your own research. You are also ordered to stay away from any of the parties, individuals responsible or participating in having this matter presented for your consideration. If you inadvertently come into contact with them, despite my instructions in order not to, please report that to me right away. And then likewise, the parties and attorneys and other individuals, including witnesses, are also ordered to stay away from the jurors. I ask that all of you report back to the jury room no later than 1 p.m. We cannot start until all 14 of you have reported, and we'll go on the record at 1:15. Okay. Enjoy your lunch. The other case ready? Okay.
They're going back on record, so we'll wait for a second.
I'm just trying to create as complete of a record as possible. When we took the 10:13 a.m. break, the deputies did inform me that they did inquire with Mr. Olson if he needed to use the restroom. He only opted for a cup of water, which was provided to him and has been at his table. Okay, as everyone heard me instruct the jury, we will start again at 1:15 on the record with examination. But before 1:15, we'll go on the record and place anything that needs to be placed on the record before then. Mr. Olson?
Yeah, I just have something really quick. So I need to get the 3 flash drives that are in my property here. I believe there's one picture missing that that in this flash drive that I believe is in the flash drive that JV Bastion gave me, and it should open up on this computer because I see that it functions properly.
Okay, Mr. Olson, why don't we do this? Because I don't want to belabor the record. You are the manager, the sole person who controls the organization and content of your defense, which involves making sure that you are able to have access to, which the court has done so and provided. There's a laptop at your table. But to go through whatever it is you need, if there is something that requires my attention by way of letting Attorney Wasilewski know, we'll then call the case and go on the record and address those issues, concerns. But you need to go through your own organization by yourself. I don't need to know about it, and it doesn't need to go on the record.
I can't get the flash drives myself. They have to be gotten from my
Again, you have to work with the deputies, okay? What's important to me is that you have access, and I think I've done everything I can to ensure you have access. If there's something that requires my attention, you know how to get my attention. We have to go on the record for that. Attorney Wasilewski, as standby counsel, may assist in certain matters, including ensuring that you have access. And he is well aware of how to get my attention when it comes to things like that. So that's all we're going to say on the record. We're going to go off the record. You'll have between now and 1 o'clock when we come back. Again, I will be in my chambers after I address my next case. If there's a need to get a hold of me, the attorneys know how to do that. Okay, we're off the record. Okay, let's get our case ready.
Hold on a second.
Let's get into the afternoon session then. Oh my days. Right. Now we're going into the afternoon session. Oh my days. Are you glad that I found this trial, yeah? Are you glad? Oh shit, hang on. Let me do this and then we'll be back into it. I mean, some say that I'm the best. I say I'm the best as well. So, you see, yes, this is a great one. You see? Simply the best. Better than all the rest. Right. Straight. Oh, hang on. I need to do something first. Let me remove that. And sorry about the close-up. I need to just... Today is St. Patty's Day. Some might say I'm a legend. I don't like to say that by myself, Sarah, but when others say it, I blush. I am known as a legend by many of you, so I appreciate that. You know what? I'm humble. How humble I am. Stop it, stop it. But thank you for reminding everyone, Sarah. Right, let's get back into it. Let's make sure I'm back at 0. Yes.
Fix exhibit number 88, so I'll show your court and Mr. Olson. Fix exhibit number 88, so I'll show your court and Mr. Olson. I removed the sticker from the one with the Post-it and put it on the one that I made a copy of, just so everything would look the same.
All right, thank you. And that was the court's instruction.
I informed them of the medications this morning. I wasn't trying to delay trial.
Actually, I'm wrong. We're back on the record. I'm wrong, Mr. Olson. It's the first violation as a warning. The second is you are removed, and then you'll be given an opportunity to return if you agree that you'll comply with the court's rules of decorum.
So,
okay, let's go off the record and wait for the jury to be brought in.
What about it?
This is the copy. That's the one.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
So tomorrow we are playing. Just remind. Oh shit! What's that? Nope. Oh shit! So tomorrow we will be playing day 3, and then Thursday we'll have a quicker stream where we're playing day 4 and the verdict. Just so people know, I did say that we're going to do it all in 3 days, but I'm going to do it all in 4 days.
Good afternoon. If you could just raise your right hand for me. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Then if you could just spell your first and last name for the court, please.
Rebecca Schuster, REBECCASCHUSTER.
Thank you, Ms. Schuster. Do you know why we're here today?
I do.
Why are we here today?
We are here, I am here to give testimony for the defendant being on my property back in November 2022.
And what property are we talking about?
The address?
Or which you said the property. Which property are we talking about specifically? You can start with your property address.
Where I
We'll go
lived,
there.
yes,
Okay.
7271 South 35th Street, Franklin, Wisconsin, 53132.
Okay, and is that in the county of Milwaukee, state of Wisconsin?
It is.
And then in November of 2022, was there something on your property that potentially was broken into?
Yes.
Yes. And what was that?
That was a RV that belonged to my father.
I am showing you what was previously marked and received as exhibit number 28. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Yes. So the RV belonged to your father, but was that parked at your residence?
It was.
Yes. And why is that?
Well, we had a long driveway. I had a lot of area. And while he was looking for housing for winter that was covered, it was a temporary spot. We had space. I had space for it.
And then we're talking about November 29th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
I do.
And why is that?
It was a normal day. I was working from home at the time, and I remember it because it was the day that there were multiple police officers on my property.
How did you become alerted to the officers on your property?
I became alerted. I was working on the opposite side of the house, couldn't view the front. I only noticed something was up when my dog started barking around because there were multiple police cars in the area. So I started kind of scoping it out, seeing what was going on.
Okay. Did you then go outside?
I do believe I did go outside, and I do believe an officer knocked on my door, but I cannot recall if I went outside first to inquire what was going on because it did seem more directed in the neighbor's property. I didn't realize it was a part of our property too, but also there was a knock on my door.
Did you then speak to officers about what happened?
Yes.
Yes. Could you tell us about that conversation?
From what I recall, they asked me if I saw anything, heard anything, and I was completely unaware. I had not seen or heard anything all morning. I was just going about my workday.
In the surrounding or the few days before, did you ever see anyone on your property that didn't belong there?
No.
No. Somehow the attention then got drawn to the RV shown here. How did that happen?
Well, I believe I was outside with an officer walking around, and we became aware that the RV had been tampered with, opened, broken into.
Had you given anyone permission to enter this RV?
No.
Were you aware of if your dad had given anyone permission to enter this RV?
No, and I knew he wouldn't, and he wouldn't give, if he was coming to do any work on the RV, he would make sure I was home and knew he was coming.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ross?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
The state then calls Brian Schuster.
No, I need this. I need it. Stop doing that.
And good afternoon. If you could just remain standing for me. And raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now you be seated. If you could, spell your first and last name for me.
Brian Schuster, Brian, Schuster, SCHUSTER.
Thank you. Mr. Schuster, Do you recognize what's up on the televisions? What's previously marked as Exhibit 28?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's my RV.
And do you know why you're here today talking to us?
Yes,
Why is that?
because my RV was broken into.
And how do you know that your RV was broken into?
Well, the police notified me that something had happened. And when I arrived, I noticed that the door may have been pried open. The grab bar next to the door was broken as if something had been leveraged against it.
I want to talk a little bit about the condition of your RV. It was at Rebecca Schuster's house. Who is Rebecca to you?
Rebecca's my daughter.
Why was it at Rebecca's house?
Because we could store it in her driveway. We didn't have room in our driveway in Wauwatosa.
And were you planning on storing it there for the winter?
Yes, correct.
When you store an RV for the winter, is there any maintenance that's done to it?
Yes, to winterize, you have to drain all of the water out of it and put RV antifreeze in each of the water lines, among other things, clean it up, that sort of thing.
Had that been done before you parked it in Rebecca Schuster's driveway?
Yes, totally completed.
What type of condition was the interior in when you had parked it there?
The interior was pretty clean. There really wasn't much disturbed at first glance.
I'm showing you what was marked previously at exhibit number 56. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes,
What is that?
that is our toilet.
And is that the condition that you left it in when you parked it in Ms. Schuster's driveway?
Probably that thing laying there probably wasn't there, but yeah, pretty close.
Roughly. Did you have was the toilet used when you parked it in the driveway?
No, not when we parked it. It was totally drained and there was nothing in it.
Did you give anyone permission to enter your RV while it was in Rebecca's driveway?
No,
No. Did you give anyone permission to take anything out of the RV while it was in Rebecca's driveway?
no.
This is exhibit number 53. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's our kitchen.
Is that in the condition in which you left it?
No, there's some things on there that shouldn't have been there.
And why wouldn't they have been there?
Everything was put away. I mean, after you drain everything, you have to put everything away or else it falls. So when you drive it back to its storage place.
Exhibit number 54. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Was that in the condition with which you left it?
Hard to say, but I don't think that blanket was out. So yeah, there are some things that don't seem to be where we left it.
Thank you. And then I'm also going to have the deputy bring to you exhibits numbers 27, 30, 31, and 32, and 33.
That's right.
And Mr. Schuster, if you just want to take a look at those photos, and generally, can you tell me if you're familiar with the items in those photos?
Yes, exhibit 27, the bicycle, that is definitely ours. That's our e-bike. 30, that knife is a knife that I stored in the RV, given to me by my daughter's boyfriend. Exhibit 31, the shampoo, that's the type of shampoo that I used. The Benadryl was stored in the medicine cabinet along with the mouthwash. And on exhibit 32, same items, the shampoo, the knife, and the key is the key to the bike to take the battery out. And exhibit 33, that appears to be the knife again.
I'd ask that those exhibits be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. So, Mr. Schuster, this is exhibit 27. Could you tell us what that is?
Oh, that's an e-bike that we store in the RV.
Thank you. And then exhibit number 32. Could you talk about what that is?
Again, those are the shampoo that we kept in the medicine cabinet. The knife that I had spoken about and the key to the bike battery.
All those items were stored in your RV?
Yes, definitely.
Did you give anyone permission to take those items?
No.
This is exhibit number 33. Can you see what that is?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
That is the same knife, I believe.
And then exhibit number 30.
Yes, that is the knife.
And exhibit number 31.
Same thing, the shampoo that was stored in the medicine cabinet, the Benadryl that we keep in there, and the mouthwash.
When you say stored in the medicine cabinet, those items are those, is that a enclosed area?
Yeah, it's behind a mirrored door in the bathroom.
Is it possible that these items would just like fall out as you were driving the RV around?
No.
No further questions, thank you.
Cross?
Hold on a second. No questions for the witness, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay, proceed, Your Honor. Keep going.
Yes, call your next witness.
State calls Detective Brian Gillespie.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. And if you could just spell your first and last name for me, please.
Brian Zaleski, Brian, last name Zalewski.
Detective Gillespie, how are you employed?
The City of Franklin Police Department.
And what is your role in the City of Franklin Police Department?
Detective.
How long have you been a detective?
I believe since 2017.
How long have you been with the City of Franklin?
12 years.
12 years. So you were acting in the role of a detective in November of 2022?
Yes.
And you're my court officer here. You've been sitting here for the trial. Why is that?
Because I probably have the most knowledge about the case.
And what was your role in the investigation?
To investigate the entire back end of the case after patrol had their initial call for service at Grandpa Frank's.
What does that mean to investigate the entire back end of the case?
Police, if you call for a police officer for service, a police officer will either meet with you in front of a police lobby or wherever you need them to speak with. That's normally not my role. You would get a patrol officer in uniform. If it's in enough of a substantial case where you need people talked to, interviewed, backgrounds done, more investigative work, then it usually would go to a detective.
So this case went to you.
It did.
When did you become involved?
Friday, November 25th.
So the day after Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Yes. Why did you not become involved right away on Thanksgiving Day when this was reported?
One, I wasn't working. I was on call, and my supervisor didn't call me.
So you just, how did you become involved then on the day after Thanksgiving?
I got a phone call from my supervisor informing me of a little bit what's going on and letting me know I'm coming in to work on it.
Is that pretty typical for Franklin?
Like how it happened for this case?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So they call in detectives like on an on-call basis to work on investigations?
Yes, it can happen when I'm not on call, but yes, I was on call that week.
Great. Now let's talk about some of the tasks that you performed. You get the reports. Do you talk to other officers about what happened?
Yes, I mean, definitely, yeah. They're all my coworkers trying to figure out the case together.
So what was the first thing that you did for this investigation?
Well, aside from talking to my coworkers, reading reports, I eventually went and talked to, not eventually, the first day I went and talked to Rex Azidri, from the owner of Casa de Giorgio.
And why did you go talk to Rex?
Because he's the owner of Casa de Giorgio, where the kidnapping occurred.
Did you ask him if there were any cameras around?
I did.
Yes. What did he say about that?
No cameras.
After talking to Mr. Adrizi, what did you do next?
I believe from just speaking to coworkers, it was already identified to me that Mr. Olson was a suspect in this case. And then I had an interview planned with Betty Hannell the next day, Saturday morning.
Ms. Hannell was interviewed previously, correct?
Correct.
Why interview her again?
Well, she's distressed. I mean, she went through a huge ordeal. The reason why I didn't meet with her Friday is to give her a little rest and let her just be herself at home. Like, just to give her some time to relax before, I mean, I'm sure the last thing she wants to do is go talk to the police again. So just gives her a little time, let her refresh, and we could just kind of speak to her in a little more controlled manner at her residence.
You said speak to her in a controlled manner at her residence. Is that where you interviewed her again?
Yes.
What was her demeanor like when you interviewed her on that Saturday?
She's frustrated but jovial, like really, really easy to talk to. She kind of had the same personality and persona that the jury saw the other day. I don't know what day that was.
Why was she frustrated?
Frankly, like how she was treated out on the scene by the responding officers and the med units.
Did she say, when you say how she was treated, what do you mean?
She wanted to go to the bathroom, and the responding officers kept telling her, like, "Oh, just wait, just wait." I believe the fire department no one let her go to the bathroom, I believe is what happened. She was really upset about that. I mean, I get it. Like, I would have been upset too.
Sure. So after speaking to Ms. Hannell, what did you do after that?
I looked into her credit card usage and trying to backtrack that. Also got consent from her to download her phone, and I also searched her vehicle.
Let's talk about the credit card usage. How did you find out that her credit card was used?
Well, I asked her. Also, her son was there, who we heard from earlier today or this week. So from her and her son, from the credit card statement.
And why was that important?
Well, one, you can go back, and if it's quick enough and the business still has video, you can get video of who's using the credit card.
And did Ms. Hannell say she was using the credit card?
She said she was not using the credit card.
Did she say anyone else had permission to use the credit card?
No one else had permission to use the credit card.
When you were interviewing Ms. Hannell, was anyone else in the room?
Yes.
Who was in the room?
Her son, I don't know if he was in the room, but he was at least in the residence with us.
Is it typical to do an interview with a third party in the room?
Usually not, but I think it kind of just depends on the situation.
And you talked about her credit card being used when she did not use it. Were you able to figure out if there were any transactions?
Yes.
Yes. Tell us about that process.
So from speaking to her and her son, just helping her with getting her credit card records, there was 5 transactions on her credit card from the time that she was taken at Casa de Giorgio. So after 4 p.m. on Wednesday, November 23rd, until she had contact with the Greenfield Police Department at Grandpa Frank's on Thursday, November 24th, there was 5 transactions.
And why was it important to find these transactions?
Well, one, you can see who's using the credit card if there's video, and also you get a little more breadcrumbs of where the credit card was going.
And by where the credit card was going, do you mean where Ms. Hannell was going?
Yes.
And potentially where Mr. Olson was going?
Yes.
Yes. Were you able to recover any video from these transactions?
Yes.
Which locations were you able to recover video from?
Video was recovered from Walgreens on 27th Street and also a gas station. I think it's SK Petromart on 13th Street.
So let's talk about the Walgreens on 27th Street. Is that in Milwaukee?
It's in the city of Milwaukee, Milwaukee County.
And do you know the address of the Walgreens?
I don't know the exact address, but I know it's south of Oklahoma.
If I stated it was 3233 South 27th Street, does that sound correct?
That sounds correct.
And you were able to collect video from this location?
Yes.
I'm putting it into my computer what I have marked as exhibit number 91. It is a thumb drive. I have opened this thumb drive. Detective Zaleski, does this look familiar to you? Yes, sorry, if you can't read it, there's a, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Why does this look familiar to you?
Because I'm probably the one that provided you with this through e-filing for discovery
Because how long ago did you provide discovery to our office?
3.5 years ago.
And what file folders are on this thumb drive?
SK Petro and Walgreens.
I'd ask that exhibit number 91 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Just not yet. I don't know what portions or what you're playing from this exhibit 91.
All of it. So,
okay.
Did you want more clarification?
I do.
There's 2 file folders. They each have several files. I opened the Walgreens folder. Can you see what is in this folder?
Yes.
What is in this folder?
There's going to be a video, and depending on if you don't have a player, it's a player probably from the Walgreens store.
And do you know what is on this video?
Yes.
What's on this video?
It's the surveillance cameras from Walgreens from November 24th.
Do you know about how long the video is?
From my recollection, I believe it is long. I don't know exactly how long.
Your Honor, may I open it?
Yes.
Thank you. Detective, I opened the player and then I opened the video file. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Yes. And could you tell us what we are looking at?
It's the front counter checkout of the Walgreens.
And is this how the video looked at the time you gave it to the state or downloaded it?
Yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with the functionality of this player? Meaning,
Yes.
if I click on buttons, does the screen change?
Well, the video will play.
The video will play. The video will play if I press the play button, right?
Yes.
Yes. But you can manipulate which screens are in the big box showing the video, or you can show, for example, more small boxes.
Yes.
Is that standard for this video?
Yes.
Did you change or alter this video in any form?
No.
No. Is it easy to tell exactly how long this video is based on this player?
It's the highlighted area, which shows the movement, I believe.
What do you mean by highlighted area?
It's the bottom timeline. I believe it's the green.
Green.
Just showing that segment of the video.
And while this video has a lot of functions, it's not particularly user-friendly, is it?
It's not. Most videos aren't.
Most videos aren't. Your Honor, may I play the video?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. And is 91 received as an exhibit?
It's received.
Thank you. So, Detective, why were you looking at this video?
To see if I could identify who's using Betty Handel's credit card and if it's Tim Olson.
So as you're going through your investigation and reviewing the video, did you review any particular one of these screens first?
I'm not sure. I would guess I probably reviewed the checkout counter first.
And that's this area right here that's in the larger box?
Yes.
On the screen. Is this a system where I can just skip to a certain time, or do I have to play it?
Through this format, you might be able to skip. If you just played the video off the other drive, I know you'd have to let it play.
So this is, I'm starting at 3:55:04. Is there sound with this video?
No.
No. And I'm seeing two individuals in this large box standing there. Do you know who those individuals are?
I believe they're employees. I do not know who they are.
I'm actually going to move this into 4 times speed at 356 timestamp. And then I paused at 356:30 and played it normal speed. In reviewing these cameras, did you see at this point anyone else in the store?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I paused at 357:18 or 357:19, as some of the cameras have different timestamps. And then I'm going to enlarge the camera that says entrance profile. Can you describe what we're seeing here, Detective?
The subject entering the Walgreens wearing a dark colored shirt and a black knit hat.
Why is this of note?
As you'll see future in the video, it's the person that's going to end up using the credit card.
What time was the credit card used?
I think the credit card company said like 4:04 a.m.
Do you know if that was an accurate time?
Well, it might be accurate to the credit card company, but it's common that the timestamp might not be the same with the business.
Do you know if the timestamp at the business was accurate?
I don't remember.
Was it close? Do you have any?
It's close.
Is there anything that could help refresh your recollection regarding that timestamp?
Like when the credit card is used?
Timestamp on the video that we're looking at.
I believe it's around 4:01, I believe.
And on what date?
November 24th.
Is the date accurate on this video?
Yes.
I am pressing play again at 357:19. And then I pressed the multi-screen mode. I am pausing at 357:37. I am showing the front entrance camera. Is there another individual now that's in the store? I'll give you a hint. It says security on his back.
Yes.
Yeah. In your review of the videos, did you see any other people in the store that did not seem to be employees?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Pressing play again at 357:37. Then I'm actually speeding it up to 4 times speed. That was at 357:40. And I press pause at 4:59, which is the register 1 camera, and the entrance profile says 4:01:02. I am pressing play at normal speed at that time. And I am pausing at 4:01:20. What can you tell us about what's occurring in the register 1 video?
The subject paying with the credit card is wearing a black knit hat, black t-shirt, dark colored, maybe jeans, dark, kind of like chunky soled Nike shoes. And they're checking out, buying stuff.
And then I am showing a different angle at 40121, register 1 PVM. Could you tell us about this?
It's the other angle. Something to note is the logo on the black knit hat
Why is,
on
that,
like the side.
why is that important?
It could possibly be a Champions brand logo, which would be the same hat that Tim Olson was arrested wearing.
I went back to the multi-screen mode with register 1 as the larger video. And I am zooming in on that. Can you see what he's purchasing in this video?
I mean, it's hard to tell. One of the items of note through the investigation was that he did purchase a chocolate milk.
And why is that important for this video?
It'll end up later, you'll see that it was located in Betty Hale's vehicle.
Why do you believe that this video is important regarding the chocolate milk?
Because you're seeing Tim Olson using Betty Hale's credit card, buying the chocolate milk that will end up being in her vehicle.
Can you tell us which of these items is the chocolate milk in this video? You're pointing to the bottle-looking item towards the middle of the screen. Is that correct?
Yeah, it looks like a darker colored bottle with like maybe a white cap.
Were you ever able to review documentation regarding this purchase?
I don't know if I reviewed it, or I believe I did. When I go to get the video, I meet with a manager, and I'm not sure if they gave me an actual receipt or if they're able to look it up through the transaction and tell me what was purchased.
And when you looked at that transaction, either at a receipt or what was purchased, what did it say?
It did say that there was a chocolate milk purchased.
I'm going to resume playing at 40120. And I went back to the multi-screen mode with register 1 as the large video. In your review of this video, did you ever see Ms. Hannell in the store?
No.
I now went to the 9 screen at 402. And I am opening the outside camera 2/other at 40218. And I am stopping at 40302. Detective, do you see something in this video?
Yes,
What is that?
a vehicle.
And what is the vehicle doing?
It's leaving the store.
And what is of note about this vehicle?
It's a white four-door vehicle that resembles Betty Hannell's vehicle.
And then I will end playing the video at 40302. And then I would like to show you what's been marked as exhibits 92 and 93.
It looks like he has one of the box records. I can go ahead and get those.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those?
Yes,
What is that?
there are still shots from the video we just watched.
I'd ask that exhibits numbers 92 and 93 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
permission to publish?
You may.
I'll show you first what's been marked as exhibit number 93. Where was that? What video was that screenshot taken from?
The Walgreens video we just watched.
And the entrance profile video?
Yes.
And at what time?
401. 49.
And who is in that video?
Tim Olson.
And what is of note about what he is wearing?
He's wearing a black knit hat with a logo on the side.
And then I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Should you describe what this is? Or exhibit number 92. I apologize.
It's a white vehicle in the parking lot of the Walgreens leaving.
And whose video do you believe that to be?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Whose vehicle do you believe that to be?
Betty Handel's vehicle?
Thank you. And you stated you received video from one other location. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. And what location was that?
SK Petromart on 13th Street.
And is that 13th Street in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Do you remember the address of that?
I don't. Not for sure.
If I said it was 2501 South 13th Street, does that sound correct?
Yes.
And then there's a file folder marked SK Petro on this flash drive. I am opening that flash drive. Now there are 6 files on this flash drive. Do those look familiar to you?
Yes.
Yes. Why are there 6 files like this?
Either the file size is too big or there's different cameras.
Or there's different cameras. Do you remember collecting the video from SK Petromart?
A little bit. I believe the SK Petromart video system was working, but the owner or employee didn't know how to function it, and I couldn't figure out how to extract the video from it. So I believe it's a video from my phone of the video, if that makes sense.
Yes. And I'm opening the file marked 2801. Could you tell us what we're looking at?
This is exterior video of the gas station with Betty Handel's vehicle pulling up to the gas pumps.
So now that you're looking at the video, does that help refresh your recollection of how you collected this video?
Probably help if you played the video.
Okay, I started at 0, it is now at 1. I am playing the video. The video was 13 seconds long. What did it show?
It showed Betty Handel's vehicle pulling up to the gas pumps.
And did you hear any audio?
Yes.
Tell us about that audio.
The audio is the employees and or customer interactions and or it might even be law enforcement as I'm just taking the video of the screen as it's playing, as business is going on.
And you're taking the video with your phone?
Yes.
I am now going to play what is marked 2804. It started at 0. This is I paused it at 1 second. Could you tell us what this is?
It's another exterior video, closer up of Betty Handel's vehicle pulling in.
That video was 4 seconds long and I played it in its entirety. And then I'm pausing at 1 second. Can you see anything of note in this video? Or where I paused it?
It's hard to tell when it just paused, but there are 2 people in the vehicle.
And then I am playing 2805. It is only 1 second long. What is of note for this?
You can read the license plate.
Why is that important?
Because then I can definitely tell you that it's Betty Handel's vehicle.
And then I am playing 2808. This video is 43 seconds long. and I stopped that video. And I'm sorry, the video was actually 45 seconds long, and I played it in its entirety. What was of note of this video?
Tim Olson's getting out of the driver's seat, and you can see movement in the passenger seat.
Why is that important?
You know, there's two people in the car, and the other person's Betty Hannell.
You know what time this video, let me rephrase that. When you were at SK Mart, was there a timestamp on this video?
I don't know if there's a timestamp, but I do know around what time the credit card was used.
And what time was the credit card used?
Around 7:40, 7:44 a.m. on Thursday, November 24th, 22.
And then I am playing 2809. That video was 35 seconds long, and I played it in its entirety. What is of note in that video?
Tim Olson gets back in the driver's seat and they drive away.
And then I am playing a video 2810. This video is 1 minute and 34 seconds long. What are we looking at here?
This is Tim Olson entering the store.
I am pressing play at 1 second. I started at 0 and paused it at 1 second. And I'm pausing it at 41 seconds. What is of note in the 41 seconds that I've played so far?
He takes his glasses off. He looks directly at the camera. He's wearing some of the same clothing as Walgreens, the dark, like chunky Nike shoes with the fluorescent green, like swoosh. He's still wearing looks more evident in this video, the Champions black knit hat.
And I'm playing again at 41 seconds. And I played the entirety of the video. What was of note in that second half of the video?
He keeps looking back at the vehicle to make sure Betty stays in the vehicle. He buys a carton of cigarettes, and his jacket looks like it could be the camouflage jacket that he ends up getting when he's arrested that he's wearing.
Did the time of this video match up with the time the credit card was used?
Yes.
In your conversation with Ms. Hannell, did she ever indicate anyone had permission to use her card?
No, no one had permission.
And then I'd also like to have you look at the exhibits that I've marked, 94 and 95.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Do those look familiar to you?
Yes.
Yes. What are those?
So Tim Olson looking into the video camera.
Are they screenshots from the video we just watched?
Yes.
Yes. I'd ask that exhibits number 94 and 95 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry, 94 and 95?
Correct.
Okay, what was 94?
They're both screenshots from the video of Mr. Olson.
Okay, thank you. Both received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
This is exhibit number 94. Who is in that video?
Tim Olson.
And then exhibit number 95.
Tim Olson again, zoomed in.
In your review of the video from SK Mart, did you ever see Ms. Hannell get out of the car?
No.
No. Did you ever see anyone else get into the car?
No.
Thank you. I'm going to move to another part of your investigation, or let me just ask one follow-up question. Was video ever collected from any other locations where the credit card was used?
No.
No. Why not?
By the time they checked their bank records or by the time the credit card was posted, they were able to get a location and a date, but no time. So three locations had no time.
Sorry, I almost interrupted you. Why didn't you go try to collect that video?
I had so much to do. I'm not going to send myself or a patrol officer out and look for 24 hours of video.
You didn't want to watch the video?
Well, no, I did not want to watch the video, but that's a lot of time and resources were better used in other spots.
Thank you. You were also involved in the processing of evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that part of the investigation?
Well, I'm a trained evidence technician, and because I was running the case, it just made it easier.
What evidence was collected in this case for processing?
Well, Betty Hannell's phone was downloaded, and I also searched her vehicle.
And then when you say you're an evidence technician, what does that mean?
I'm trained on processing scenes, collecting evidence, forensic evidence, and how to keep the evidence without it degrading, and how to store it.
And when you processed that evidence, that included the search of Betty's car, is that correct?
Yes.
So we already saw that some photos were taken at the scene. Did you take after the car left the scene of Grandpa Frank's where Betty was recovered, what happened to the vehicle?
It's towed by a tow company and gets put into our Franklin Police Department locked up impound.
And then when you process the vehicle at the impound lot, what do you do?
I take photographs of the vehicle, the exterior. Then I will open up doors and take photographs of the interior before I start to process it.
And then I am going to show you exhibits numbers 96 through 111.
Thank you.
In reviewing those photos, are those the photos that you took of the vehicle when you were processing it?
Yes.
And that's what it looked like that day?
Yes.
I'd ask that the exhibits be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
96 through 111 received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Detective Zaleski, why take photos at the scene and then again when you were processing the vehicle?
To show what I'm processing. I don't know what I'm going to go off what I'm doing, not what everyone else has already done.
Thank you. And then I'm showing you exhibit number 96. What is that?
It's Betty Hannell's vehicle.
Exhibit number 97.
Her vehicle again.
And from the front?
Yes.
Exhibit number 98.
Her vehicle from the rear.
What is exhibit number 99?
It's a black knit hat on the driver's side floorboard.
So we're looking at the driver's side floorboard and there's a black knit hat, correct?
Yes.
And then this is exhibit 100. What is this?
It's a black knit hat, Tommy Hilfiger brand.
And why is that important?
Well, it was left in the vehicle, and it also looks very similar to hats that Tim Olson was wearing.
Did you collect this hat as evidence?
Yes.
Yes. So when you collect something as evidence, what do you do with it?
Well, I'm wearing gloves, and I place it in this case, I place it into a brown paper bag.
And when you place it into the brown paper bag, how does that process work?
It ends up getting taped up, like sealed. I end up writing my initials and the date on it. It gets put into a locked locker in our Franklin Police Department property room. I have to inventory it in a computer. The date and time is stamped. It's put in a temporary locker where it's locked, and then it eventually gets transferred by a property room custodian into storage.
I'm having the deputy approach with what's been marked as exhibit number 119. And if you could just identify that.
Okay. It's the knit hat we just pictures on the screen.
And then the deputy did give you gloves and a scissors. Could you open that and show us what's inside?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. What I need still. Do you want me to remove it?
Yes, please. And that's the hat you collected?
Yes.
What is that tag on it?
This tag is from the crime lab.
And then on the outside of the bag, there are also other stickers on there. Did you put all those stickers on?
Not all of them.
No? Who put on some of those stickers?
The crime lab.
But this is the hat that you collected that day?
Yes.
I'd ask that exhibit number 119 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Thank you. And exhibit number 101, what is that?
It's a center console.
And exhibit number 102.
Front passenger seat.
And is there anything of note in this photo?
Yes.
What?
There's a orange mango sports drink and a cane.
Exhibit number 103.
Same orange, I think it's orange mango sports drink that was on the front passenger floorboard in the previous photo.
And exhibit number 104.
Same bottle.
And why is that of note?
Well, as everybody heard Betty Hannell testify to earlier this week, she was forced to drink liquids, and that was something that was left in the vehicle, and it is orange.
Did you collect that as evidence?
Yes.
I am going to have the deputy hand you what's marked as exhibit 121. When you receive that, you still have the gloves on, correct?
I do.
Could you open that and show us what's in that bag? The mango sports drink. And are there stickers on this bag as well?
Yes, there are.
Now, that bottle to me looks a little, I'll say, dusty, for lack of a better term. Does it look that way to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it was dusted for fingerprints also.
Did you do that dusting for fingerprints?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I think I dusted it for fingerprints. If it wasn't me, then it was sent to the crime lab to be dusted, but I'm pretty sure it's me. What it means is a black powder is lightly put onto the bottle, and then it will stick to the oils left from your hands, creating your fingerprints, and it will stick to it, and you're able to remove it with tape.
Thank you. You may put that back in the bag. Exhibit number 5 is on this, or 105 is on the screen. Could you tell us about that?
Front passenger door, I believe.
Is there anything of note in that top handle?
Maybe a Walgreens receipt.
What do you mean by maybe?
Well, because I'm not sure. It's hard to see.
I know that sometimes that it's hard to see through the television, so I'm having the deputy bring you the photo so you can tell me if you can have any certainty when reviewing the photo.
I believe it's a Walgreens receipt.
Thank you. Exhibit number 106.
It's the front passenger floorboard door jamb.
And then exhibit number 107.
It's a black sock.
Why is that black sock important?
Because as Betty Hanel testified to earlier this week, she was forced to use the bathroom in an alleyway.
And what did she say she did with that black sock?
She used it to wipe herself.
This is exhibit number 108. Where is this looking?
The back seat.
And then exhibit number 109. What is this?
It's the right rear passenger seat floorboard with a bottle of chocolate milk.
And exhibit 110.
The bottle of chocolate milk.
And is that after you pulled it out?
Yes.
And exhibit number 111.
The back seat from the driver's side.
And then I'm also going to have you look at what is exhibit number 120.
Thank you. Would you like me to open it?
Yes, please. That's that bottle that was collected?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Are there also stickers on that bag that you did not put there?
Yes.
What type of stickers are they?
They're stickers from the Franklin Police Department and also the Milwaukee Crime Lab.
Was there anything else in that bag?
Yes, there was a small vial.
What is that small vial for?
I believe it was because we had the liquid, whatever residue was in there, tested for controlled substances.
Thank you. You may put the bottles back in the bag. And then I just want to show you what's been marked as exhibit numbers 112 and 113. Oh, yep, thank you. You talked about processing the car for evidence and the items. You mentioned maybe processing them for fingerprints, but you weren't sure if you did it or the crime lab did it. Do those photos that I just gave you help your recollection?
Yes.
Yes. Why? What are those photos?
It's a photo of a wine bottle and dusting a window.
Okay. So why do those photos help refresh your recollection?
Because I did dust and process everything for fingerprints.
Okay. And did you take those photos?
Yes.
I'd ask that exhibits number 112 and 113 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Permission to publish?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 112. What is that?
It's a bottle of wine.
What kind of wine?
Chardonnay.
Chardonnay. Where was that wine bottle located?
The right rear floorboard.
And was that bottle opened or unopened?
It's unopened.
And again, I noticed this bottle to be dusty, for lack of a better term. Why is it dusty?
Because I super glue fumed it to try to get fingerprints.
When you say you super glue fumed it, what does that mean?
I take the bottle, I put it into like an enclosed space at our police department. It's an aquarium. You put a water source in there, like a small cup of water to create humidity with like a heat lamp. And then you put some super glue also in there and you seal it up for a set time. There's no set time, but you got to try to figure it out where it creates a super glue fume that then adheres to everything in the case, including the bottle. And it makes sometimes dusting for fingerprints easier.
Why would it make it easier?
Well, when you dust for fingerprints, sometimes you can ruin the fingerprints just by dusting, where the super glue encapsulates it in the super glue, kind of making like a super glue cast of a fingerprint.
So it makes it hard.
Yes.
So if you put like dust it or use a brush on it, it's not going to disappear.
Yeah, you'd be able to dust it a bunch of times.
Now, for Franklin, do you then analyze the fingerprints yourself?
Are you asking if I'm analyzing the fingerprint?
Yes.
No.
No. So after you super glue, fume a bottle like this, and then dust, what happens?
The lifts that I take of the fingerprints get placed, I lift them with tape. It gets put onto like a note card, and then they get submitted into evidence, kind of like I explained before. I have to put it into property, and then it eventually gets submitted to the Milwaukee Crime Lab, Wisconsin Crime Lab in Milwaukee.
Who submits it to the crime lab?
I request to have it submitted, or the district attorney can request it, but I'm the one that fills out the paperwork and submits it.
And then how does it end up going to the crime lab?
I submit a form, I get permission from the crime lab due to their workload, and then fill out a form, and then normally a property room custodian will fulfill my form request and will pull the property, and it gets transported to the Milwaukee Crime Lab, where the same process kind of gets logged into the Milwaukee Crime Lab system for chain of custody.
Thank you. And then this is exhibit number 113. That looks familiar to you. What is that?
That's the exterior driver's side window of Betty Handel's vehicle.
And what are those smudges on this photo?
Those are fingerprints that I have dusted.
And when you say dusted, what is that process?
It's using a brush with a powder. In this case, it was black powder. And it's lightly twisted and applied to the window to adhere to the fingerprints. And then it can be lifted with tape.
When you say lifted with tape, what do you mean?
I take tape and I place it over the fingerprint. There's kind of a process and a technique you get better with as you do it more. So you want no air bubbles. And then when you go and pull it back, it should be nice and smooth, and it takes the whole fingerprint with, and then you're almost doing the reverse process then onto a note card.
And what happens to that note card?
It gets placed into property and then later gets transported to the crime lab.
Thank you. Detective Zaleski, was that pretty much the entire processing of the vehicle that you completed?
No.
No, what else did you do?
I swabbed the bottles for DNA.
Okay, you swabbed. Tell us about that process.
So you can also submit DNA standards to the crime lab. Like I said before, the crime lab's pretty busy, so they're very picky on what you submit. So you want to be smart and logical with your submissions. So when people drink from receptacles, especially bottles, especially twist bottles that have ridges on it, and it's touching your lips, skin cells will transfer easily, and that's a good source for getting DNA profiles.
So the orange mango bottle and that milk bottle, you swab both of those for DNA?
Yes.
When you swab them for DNA, what do you swab them with?
It looks like a Q-tip.
And what do you do with that Q-tip?
You let it dry, submit it in a packaging, it's like a little box, and then it goes into a paper bag so it can breathe. The same process as before. It gets sealed with tape with my markings on it. It gets put into property, and then with the completion of the crime lab submittal form, it eventually goes to the crime lab.
Regarding the items in the car, were there any other things completed?
No.
No. You also stated you dealt with Betty Handel's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us what it means to download a cell phone?
It's setting it up. It's connecting it to technology and a computer program that can extract the data from it.
Are there a particular program you use to download or extract the data from a cell phone?
There's a couple programs, but for this one, we use Celebrite.
Cellbrite. Why Cellbrite?
Well, it's pretty good at extracting data from phones.
Is that the only program Franklin has?
No, we also have GrayKey.
Great. Why use one program over the other?
Sometimes one program might not work. Also, we're part of a forensics lab team. Sometimes if GrayKey is being utilized and Celebrite's open, then I will use Celebrite.
Are you trained in the downloading of cell phones and extracting data?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that training?
I'm part of a digital forensics lab team, which is a conglomerate of multiple agencies. The hub is Greenfield Police Department, where they have a functioning lab with multiple machines. We have training that happens every year, sometimes multiple times a year. User manuals, how to use the software, how to extract the data, how to put it into a reader report, into a functioning report that you can actually see what data is on it.
And let's talk about the process for extracting data off of a phone. You have a program, in this case, we'll talk about Cellbrite. You used Cellbrite. Can you manipulate the data that is extracted from the phone?
No.
No. Are you able to delete things as they're extracted from the phone?
No.
Can you run reports from the data that is extracted from the phone?
Yes.
I'm inserting into my computer what is marked as exhibit number 114. I am opening the flash drive. There is one file on the flash drive, and I am opening that file. It is an Adobe PDF file. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Yes. Could you tell us about what this is?
This is the PDF form of the reader report of the Celebrate program from a phone download. Basically, the program parses out the phone into different sections, and this is all just in a PDF format.
So why a PDF format?
For today?
Or forever? Yeah, for in general.
Well, PDF format, you saw it took ADA Sadowski 5 seconds to open it up. If I was to use the Celebrate program to open it up, it could take like 45 minutes.
Why is that?
Because it's so much data, it just takes a long time, and you need a good computer to do it.
How many pages long is this report?
This one's like around 15,000.
I said 15,086, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Is that pretty typical for a phone download?
I would say because of Betty Hale having an iPhone 6 and it being 3.5 years ago, it's probably small now.
Small now. So most cell phone downloads are much, much larger.
Yeah, way larger.
Way larger. Did you review all 15,086 pages?
I don't know if I've reviewed all 15,000, but I've reviewed this a lot.
Is this PDF searchable?
Yes.
Yes. So if you're looking for key things, do you often just search for key numbers, names, notes?
Yes.
Yes. But you're familiar with the contents of all 15,000 pages?
Yes.
I'd ask that exhibit number 114 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Thank you. Now, when you were reviewing this cell phone download, what were you looking for?
Text messages, phone calls, usage. I mean, this is so long ago. There's so many things that is provided by a cell phone now. I mean, you have your cell phone with you almost all the time, the amount of information that it collects. But for this, phone calls, text messages, web searches.
And just for the ease of purposes, on the left-hand side of this file, it's actually tabs, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And what do those tabs indicate?
It's kind of how the report sections it off.
And so there's dozens of tabs, correct?
Yeah, there's a lot.
And I'm just going to, for example, I'm going to go specifically to the tab marked call log. And when I click on that, where does it take us?
The call log.
The call log. And what's a call log?
It's a document of what phone calls are made incoming and outgoing.
And incoming and outgoing. So the information on here, could you tell us about the information that's contained on this?
Sorry, it's hard to talk and look. It'll tell you information, the phone number, the date and time. In this instance, I think it's Ace Fernandez. Signifies it's probably a contact in Betty Handel's phone. It was incoming and the call was not answered, and you see on the timestamp it's zeros.
It's under zeros. And then I'm just going to get you the hand mic because I know we're going to be talking about this for a little bit. Then you don't have to go up and down, and hopefully it'll go a little smoother. But while we're waiting for that, I want to talk specifically about the time stamp. Could you, when you look at the time stamp, is it Central Time, Wisconsin?
No.
No. What is it?
It's UTC, which is where London, England is.
Okay. And why is that?
I don't know, but that is how all the phone downloads come back in UTC time.
And it actually stands for Universal Time Code, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
But that sounds right.
All right. Let's stop.
I'm sorry. I'll call it.
All right, members of the jury, now is a good time for a break. I'm going to release you for a break plan for about 5 to 6 minutes. I remind everyone that this case is not concluded. Do not talk about the case and do not conduct your own research. Hey, Amy? Okay, we are on the record outside the presence of the jury. It's now 3:16. Just a word of caution to the parties. I know things are fluid, but as things go, if there's special accommodation or needs, let the court know. With respect to audio, I know that's something that we've been working on. And then I did notice that Juror 1 had her eyes closed at times, and then Juror 20 was yawning. So I think we were really due for a break. Also, I was not pleased with the way that the microphone was attempted to be given to the witness during the testimony. It was distracting, certainly to myself. I don't want to distract the jury. That's why I start off with the comment that in preparation for examination or anything else relative to the needs of the parties in your presentation, try to plan ahead. I know things are fluid, but as things go, we can't just simply do things on our own, which may disrupt the presentation, especially for the jury.
I assume the deputies had the mic, so I'm sorry. Thought it would be a little bit. And I didn't know I would need it, clearly, because otherwise I would have gotten it ahead of time. But with the way the testimony was going, I thought it would be a lot more fluid to try to get it.
Well, I think it was a break everybody needed. So it's now 3:18. Let's bring the jury in and let's push through to the rest of the day.
Can I say something on the record really quick, Your Honor?
Okay.
So I need, you told me I had to put in a motion for this, for the mistrial request. I'm going to have Attorney Wazalewski help me on that. But just in case, I need you to order the jail to give me a tablet since you moved me to the hole punishment.
Mr. Olson, if it relates to materials in court, okay,
it is.
I will do that in court while you're here and you're using materials and tools. That's within my control. If it relates to your accessibility, that's probably within my control. But if it comes down to the details of whether it's a tablet, whether it's an iPad, whether it's something else, whether it's a notepad, whether it's a pen or pencil, I have no control over the resources of the Sheriff's Department and whether they can and cannot afford and provide those resources to you. But to ensure accessibility, yes. Now, until you file your written motion, now is not the time for me to entertain those motions.
So yeah, I know. So one real quick. So when I was moved to this new unit, I'm still getting all of my privileges.
Okay, Mr. Olson, you're not allowed. Let me remind you that you already incurred one infraction. Another one will have you removed for 15 minutes. Jury ready? Okay, let's bring in the jury.
A lot.
No.
No. And I'd also like to draw your attention to the first time stamp. What is that date?
11/24/2022, 8:03:48 p.m. UTC.
So UTC, what time would that be in Central Time, Wisconsin time?
For that date, it's a 6-hour time difference, so it's 2:03. Basically, yes, 2:03 p.m.
Same date.
Yes.
So UTC is 6 hours ahead of Central Standard Time.
Yes.
I am now going to scroll down to page 270. And I'd like to draw your attention to the column on the right that states deleted. Is there anything in the column to the right on this page or what's being shown on this screen?
Yes.
Yes. What line does that start?
Line 13
And what is in the column to the right?
says yes in red.
Why does it say yes in red?
That means that was deleted off the phone.
And I'm continuing to scroll down on page 270. Lines 13 through 21 are shown. What is to the column to the right?
The red yes saying it's deleted.
So if it's deleted, how is it still showing up on this report?
Just because things are deleted on the phone doesn't mean it's completely deleted, and Celebrate and Break Key software can extract it still.
And I want to draw your attention to line 13. What date and time is that?
Line 13 is November 24th, 2022 at 7:09 a.m. UTC.
And what time would that be Central Standard Time?
1:09 a.m.
And then I'd like to draw your attention to line 12. What date and time is that?
November 24th, 2022, 3 p.m. UTC.
And what time would that be Central Standard Time?
That's 9 a.m.
In your investigation of this case, do you know what time Betty was recovered at Grandpa Frank's?
Around 8 o'clock a.m.
On what date?
November 24th, 2022.
Why is this of note? The difference between lines 12 and 13.
It's the time when Betty Handel's not with Tim Olson anymore.
And then I am scrolling down to the bottom of page 270, which is line 22. The column to the right. What does that say?
It says yes for deleted.
And then I am scrolling through page 271. What does that say on the column to the right?
Yes, it's deleted.
And in fact, if you go all the way back to the beginning of the call log, what is in the column to the right?
Yes, it's deleted.
And the call log ends on page 272, is that correct?
Yes.
Why is that of note to you as the investigator for this case?
It means the entire call log was deleted when Tim Olson got rid of the phone.
Or at least sometime between when Betty had her phone back and when the phone was not in her possession.
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to page 3,245. What is on page 3,245?
These are internet searches.
And again, what type of information is on this log?
Internet searches, what people are searching or websites visited.
And the date and time?
Oh, yes, sorry. Date and time, it was last visited. The web browser program, and if it was deleted.
And so the deleted looks the same as it did in the call log?
Yes.
So I'd like to draw your attention to line number 2. And under title, what does that say?
Jane Rosiconi, Wisconsin jail - Google search.
You know who Jane Rosiconi is?
Yes.
How do you know who she is?
From monitoring jail calls of Tim Olson.
Who is Jane Rosiconi?
It's his mother.
And that search in the deleted column to the right, what does that say?
Well, it says that the search history was deleted.
And what date and time was that search done?
November 24th, 22 at 10:39 a.m. UTC.
And I'm scrolling now to page 3246 and line 13. Who was searched?
Jane Rosiconi, Milwaukee, Wisconsin jail, Google search.
And in fact, was this searched a number of times?
Yes.
I'd also like to talk about the phone download generally. Did you search through text messages?
Yes.
Did you search through web chats?
Yes.
Did you search through any sort of communications, emails?
Yes.
Did you ever find any communications from Betty regarding meeting up with anyone for a date of any sort?
No.
How many times do you think you tried to find that type of information?
A lot.
A lot. Put a number on it if you could.
More than 30.
More than 30.
Your Honor, may I get defense lawyer got a copy of what she displayed on the screen, and these programs will not open for me or Attorney Wazalewski, which is part of discovery, and they won't open even on his computer. So I don't have copies of what she's showing.
All right. Members of the jury, we'll take a break. Plan for about 5 minutes. I remind everyone this case is not concluded. Do not talk about the case and do not conduct your own research. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Attorney Wazalewski, are you able to access, pull up 114?
I am not. Earlier in the trial, Ms. Sadowski told me that she could provide a flash drive containing it, and at the time I didn't accept it. This was before I brought my computer to the courtroom, so I guess maybe I should have accepted it when I.
State, do you still have that copy?
I have it.
Okay. All right, well, let the record reflect that the state is now providing a copy of Exhibit 114 to the defense.
If it's okay, Your Honor, I would like to request.
Hold on.
And just to be clear, Your Honor, that is on the full Cellbrite download that was turned over to defense. I just know how long that takes to open, so I pulled that piece off so I could use it as a usable trial exhibit.
Well, it's Exhibit 114 that you used in the course of your examination, which you now have provided an electronic copy of 114, which the deputy has given to Mr. Olson, and now Attorney Wazalewski is putting into the laptop. I'm not even going into discovery because we've had numerous hearings on discovery. I'm not even going there. I'm only talking about Exhibit 114.
Okay, so I would just like to request that she provide those copies of what she pulled up on her computer and give me copies of that, exactly what she put up there earlier.
I just did.
Okay.
No, actual paper copies printed from your version.
All right. Mr. Olson, you are getting what the state used in the course of their examination, and what was used was an electronic copy of 114. I imagine that you will also provide that on disk for the court for Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, it's in my computer, and I'll turn it. Yes,
exactly. I just want to confirm that. So, Mr. Olson, you get what everybody else gets.
Okay, so normally any exhibits they're getting put up, she makes a paper copy of it. I'm showed it, then it's put on there, or it's shown to the jury. So I mean, I want to make sure that I'm getting exactly what she has and not a redacted version, as you know, we've had problems with this in the past.
Sure, and your request is fair, and that is what I will require, and I do require that. I don't have reason to believe that the state is not doing that. And I think with respect to, for example, Exhibit 91, that's the thumb drive and things like that, I think the state, you'll eventually turn in the copy, the state's set. The set for the court. But the way I understand Mr. Olson's point right now is that he himself wants his own set right now because those were used in the course of examination.
I gave him exactly what I'm using as exhibit for 114 moments ago. This was available to him on the Cellbrite. All of the exhibits that were I already turned in all of the other electronic exhibits to the court because after they are received, they are no longer my property. It is the property of the court. So I don't think I have any exhibits here that have been received by the court except for 114, which is plugged into my computer. And if Mr. Olson could take 2 seconds to plug that in, he would see that there's 15,086 pages on a PDF file that are not redacted, that are exactly what I am showing. I made a courtesy copy for him, even though he has had this now since I turned it over, or since Your Honor turned it over, months and months ago.
And that's exactly it, the emphasis on courtesy. So, Mr. Olson, what I'm going to do is we're going to go off the record. You have now been given Exhibit 114, your own electronic copy of 114, and we're going to proceed, but we're going to go off the record in just a minute while we wait for the jury to be brought back.
Real quick, please. So for the record, as you can see, as I stated in the past, those programs would never open. They wouldn't even open for him on the 2 flash drives that he had. And I'm still asking that she print out exactly what she showed on there to make sure that I have that exact copy of that. There's no way I can tell by her giving me a separate version because I've looked at these Celebrite programs. There is an ability to redact.
You asked, I heard you loud and clear as to what your ask is of the court. You want the court to order the state to print out effectively portions of Exhibit 114 that they used in the course of examination. And my response to you is no, you get the electronic copy of 114, which is an exact copy of what the state has that the state chose to use during the course examination. That's what you get.
That's what she claims, though.
Well, why don't you look through the copy that's been given to you? Okay, let's start there first. And if you have reason to believe after you've reviewed your electronic copy of 114 that it's modified or it's not the same as what the state had and used during the course examination, then let's talk about it. But right now, you're assuming that the state is not giving you the same one that they used during the course examination. That's it. End of the record for now.
I object to that.
Jury. Okay, 3 in the jury. Yes, yeah, real quick.
The phone download that I have neglected to ask you at this point.
I don't think so.
And then one other part of the investigation that you completed was what's called a buccal swab of Mr. Olson. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that process?
Once Mr. Olson's in custody, I write a search warrant to the district attorney's office, which I'm assuming probably went to ADA Sadowski, to get a buccal swab from Mr. Olson. Once that's approved, I met Mr. Olson in custody, which is a swabbing of his cheek. It's painless. It's like a Q-tip getting rubbed on the inside of someone's mouth.
And you completed that with Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Olson here in court?
Yes.
Where is he seated and what is he wearing?
The defense table in a light blue dress shirt.
And is that the person you swabbed the cheek of?
Yes.
May the record reflect identity of the defendant?
Any objection?
No,
Right
Your
here?
Honor.
I'm sorry?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so noted for the record.
And then once you complete the swab, what do you do with it?
The swab dries, gets packaged. Like I said before, it would get sealed, gets placed into our property inventory, and then eventually through a crime lab submittal goes to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Thank you. And then I'm having the deputy bring to you what I've marked as exhibits numbers 90 and 116. Do those look familiar to you?
Yes.
Yes. What are those?
The maps.
Maps of what?
The Milwaukee County area based on this case.
Okay. And are those maps that you created?
Yes.
Yes. I'd ask that exhibits numbers 90 and 116 be moved into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to start with what is exhibit number 90. And again, if you need to, we have the portable microphone now, so if you need to move around, please do. So could you tell us about all these points of interest on this map?
Sure. It's kind of a chronological, well, it is a chronological order of points that we know where Betty Hannell was with her vehicle or items regarding this case. So example, like number 1 is Casa de Giorgio.
And could you point at number 1 on the map? And it's an arrow pointing down. Why is it an arrow pointing down?
I just chose to have that as my marker.
Okay. And is the arrow pointing at the precise location of Casa de Giorgio?
It's the general location based on the map.
Because this map is a pretty large area of Milwaukee, is that correct?
Yes.
How many miles do you think it is from like point 1 to point 6 at the top of that map?
I don't know how many miles, but like 30 minutes with really, really good traffic. Maybe
30
more.
minutes of driving?
Yes.
Yes, with really, really good traffic.
Really good. Maybe 40 minutes.
Okay. And so point 1 is Casa de Giorgio. What is point 2?
Point 2 is 58th and National.
And what time stamp is by 58 and National?
6:30, and we're on Wednesday, November 23rd.
And how did that location get placed onto the map?
From a flock camera, license plate reader.
And then number 3, could you tell us about point number 3?
At 6:46 p.m., 56 in Lincoln, and again, it's from a flat camera.
And then could you point to number 2 and number 3?
Number 2, number 3.
Thank you. And point number 4, could you tell us about that and show us where it is on the map?
At 7:46 p.m., 108th Street in Oklahoma, or High 100 in Oklahoma. And it's a flat camera again.
And you're pointing to the left side of the map there?
Yes.
What is of note about the points 2, 3, and 4 and the flat cameras? And when I say that, are those main streets or side streets, or what kind of streets are those?
Well, some of them, most flat cameras are placed on main streets or intersections. But do you want me to go into more detail on that?
No, that's okay. And then point number 5, where is that?
It's the Walgreens, where you already witnessed the video, at 3233 South 27th Street. And now we're into the next day. We're into Thursday, which is Thanksgiving, November 24th, 2022.
And where is that? Thank you. Right in the middle of the map. And then I believe we're on to point number 6. Where is point number 6, and could you tell us about that?
35th and Burleigh at 5:46 a.m., again from flat camera.
Way at the top of the map, which is north. Is that correct?
Yes.
And point number 7.
At 7:44 a.m., it's the SK Petromart on 13th Street, where we also saw a video.
And where is that on the map? Again, more towards the middle. Point number 8.
Is a flat camera at 7:50 a.m. at Beecher and Forest Home.
And where is that on the map? Again, more in the middle. And points 7 and 8, they're close together in time. And are they close together in distance on the map?
Yes.
And then number 9, where is that?
It's 3300 block of South 108th Street, or High 100, from a flat camera at 8:32 a.m.
And then point number 10.
Betty Hannell recovered at Grandpa Frank's.
And where is that on the map?
Just below number 9.
And then we have a P. Could you tell us about the P?
They used P for where the Betty Hannell's iPhone was located, which is on High 100, just north of Layton. If you're familiar with the area, it's around the 4600 block from Edwin Romaine's testimony.
Does there seem to be any rhyme or reason to these locations?
No.
And then let's talk about exhibit number 116. What is exhibit number 116?
It's where the burglaries were, where Officer Frusti first saw Tim Olson, and then where he was arrested.
And then again, there's several arrows and points on this too. Could you please point at what is number 1?
Where he was arrested.
And point number 2?
Where Officer Frusti saw Tim Olson.
And then point number 3?
Was the bike burglary, the red bike.
And point number 4?
The RV burglary.
Do you know what the distance is between points 2 and 4?
It's around a quarter mile, approximately.
So fairly close together.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Wait for it. I mean, I don't know what this is going to be like. Strap it in, ladies. Let's wait and see.
Okay, so when you interviewed Mr. Olson, what was it?
Not in evidence.
What?
Sustained. Okay, next
What's
question.
not in? It's not in evidence. Okay, so did Mr. Olson deny knowing Ms. Hannell to you when you spoke to him?
Objection, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Why isn't this in evidence? Well, so I want to tell you this story. Okay, so that just threw me off for a second. So how many stops did Mr. Olson and Ms. Handel make while they were together? Not an abduction. They were together. How many stops did they make?
I don't know.
So how many stops were there made with the credit card? That you didn't. There was two that you said. One was Walgreens, one was SK Petrol. What were the others?
Are you asking for credit card use?
Yes, because it's
I'm going to interrupt you for a minute. Mr. Olson, try not to ask one question right after another.
Okay.
Ask one question, allow the witness to answer, and then ask your second question or following question, but don't ask them all at once.
Okay, I apologize. So how many other? If what I'm asking for is the names of the places other than Walgreens and SK Petrol that you have proof of the credit card use during that time.
There was one usage at a Pilot gas station in Oak Creek. Another one in Milwaukee. I believe it's a Clark gas station, and another usage in Greendale, and I cannot remember the gas station.
Okay, so were you aware of the time frames that were spent there? As far as we'll use the Clark gas station, and this is on the south side. Are you aware of the time spent at these locations?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Did you get any video from any of these other locations?
No, I did not.
So are you aware that Mr. Olson went in by himself to these stores and for a good amount of time, and Betty was in the car alone?
Objection out of the knowledge of this witness.
Okay. Are you curious as to why Mr. Olson was in Walgreens for how long? How long was the video?
It was a couple minutes. I mean, we all watched it together.
It was more than a couple minutes. Earlier you said it was quite long. Now you're saying a couple minutes.
The video footage from Walgreens is quite long.
Okay. So how long was the footage that Mr. Olson and Ms. Handel arrived and left in between that time?
For what location are you asking?
For Walgreens.
Approximately 5 minutes, 7 minutes. I'm not sure.
Okay, that's not correct. Mr. Olson was in that store.
Mr. Olson, don't argue with the witness. Ask her a question, allow the witness to answer, and then move on.
Okay. So are you curious as to why Ms. Handel didn't call anyone, leave, flag anybody down while Mr. Olson was in Walgreens?
Objection, ask for an opinion.
Okay, sustained.
Are you aware there's a police station, almost kitty corner from that Walgreens in that area?
I am aware where District 6 is located. It's debatable if it's kitty corner.
It's pretty close. There's a lot of cars going
Mr.
in
Olson,
and out.
don't argue with the witness. Ask her question, please.
Okay, so SK Petro, are you curious at all as to why Betty Handel didn't alert anybody, anything? I mean, Mr. Olson was in the store by himself. Again, she got the keys in the car. There was no scream for help or anything like that. Are you not curious as to why none of that happened?
Objection, ask for an opinion.
Sustained.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Olson knew Betty Handel?
I'm not aware of that.
Did Mr. Olson ever tell you that he knew her?
Objection, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Oh, come on. You kept talking about substances in bottles, and were there any actual controlled substances found in any bottles?
No.
Was there anything to substantiate that Ms. Handel was forced to drink something that, I don't know, in any way would cause her any type of, I don't know, for her to sleep all night?
Can you ask the question again?
Was there anything found in any of the bottles that she claimed that she was forced to drink out of? Was there anything found? Alcohol, anything?
The liquid is only tested for controlled substances.
Okay, so no, there was nothing found.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
So did you take pictures of the inside of the car?
Yes.
So as I'm looking now, and I'd like to remind you that you're under oath, I received some paper copies of photos of everything that was found in Betty's car. Now, this new version of this phone now, of the discovery. So just so you know, I've been given a couple of different.
Ask your question, Mr. Olson.
Well, I need him to understand. Okay. So you took the pictures in the car. There's a picture. I can't put this into a question solely. So is there? So I'd have to show you everything in this in the photo array that you supplied of everything that's inside. Everything that's inside the all the pictures that were of everything that was inside the car, inside the Toyota, inside the Honda. Sorry.
No question.
Yeah, I think he's getting there. Yep.
Cars, yeah, the car pictures.
For the record, can defense indicate which exhibit number?
You know what? But it's not there. But there's one missing there because in the first download, in the first discovery I had, there's a picture of what was in the passenger side. No, it's missing now. It was in the paper. It's missing. Someone took it out. But I have. So let me put it this way. So there's pictures of things found on the seats, the front seats. My question is, when you inspected the inside of the passenger or of the driver's side car, the door, there's a slot inside the door handle. Did you? I'd like to remind you again, you're under oath. Did you take a picture and find anything inside that driver's side door that you took a picture of, a substance?
Can you ask the question again?
Did you take a picture of a substance found that was shown with a hand and a glove holding a reddish substance inside the driver's side of the car? Is a slot on the door?
No, not that I can remember. That doesn't sound right.
So there's a picture. There was one picture with in the.
Let's take a little bit of a break here. Members of the jury, plan for 5 minutes or less. I remind everyone this case is not concluded. Do not talk about the case and do not conduct your own research.
And I had it.
Last one, please close the door. All right, thank you.
No, but it's somewhere.
We're outside the presence of the jury.
It was on here.
To try to minimize protracting this and provide some directive or guidance so that this could be a little more efficient. Mr. Olson, if you have exhibits that you would like to use, the procedure is you follow the same procedure as the state. You have your exhibits numbered for defense. Excuse me, please use exhibit number starting at 500. Mark your exhibit and then show the state first.
500?
500. Show the state first before you present it to the witness. We're going to go off the record and give you the next several minutes to put together your exhibits, mark them properly. Mr. Clerk is now going to hand you exhibit stickers for that purpose. And then when we come back on the record, you can then proceed with your cross-examination and use of your exhibits.
Okay, real quick. So the problem I'm having, and I want to get this on the record, is that the original download that I was given that really doesn't work now at all from JV Bastion in 2003, June 2023. There were pictures that were on here when he showed it to me and he gave me physical
Okay, Mr. Olson,
documents.
I am going to stop you there because relative to any discovery disputes or issues, the court has already dealt with that. We're going to go off the record. You have, as was already indicated this morning in the record, you have access to a laptop. You also have printed information, documents for your use. And so we're going to go off the record and do what you will with the content and organization of exhibits you intend to use. I'm going to let the witness step down and return to his seat, and then we'll come back on in about 5 minutes. Okay? We're off the record. And like I said, we went off the record to give defense an opportunity to put together exhibits that Mr. Olson wants to use during cross-examination of this witness or any other witness for that fact. But Mr. Olson, I do want to remind you and let you know that you have access to the exhibits that have been admitted into evidence. And we'll follow the same process. If there's an exhibit that's already been admitted and you want to use it, Mr. Clerk has them. You let us know, then the deputy will bring it over to you and to the witness. So there's that pile of exhibit, and then you have your own if you have other exhibits you want to use.
Okay, really quick, since she did hand over the exhibit regarding the phone download, I would also ask the clerk to order the DA to give me a copy of the entire phone download so that I can have it. Mr. Russell just testified that it wouldn't open what she gave him. It would never open for me. This is exculpatory evidence and a clear Brady violation. In the middle of trial, I still don't have the full phone download.
Okay, we've had many hearings on discovery challenges, and the court went so far as to order the state to put together a checklist of discovery along with, I don't know what number of sets, version or not version, but how many sets we've gone through that the state has gone through already, but on more than one occasion, the state has turned over and then returned over discovery. So at this point,
They're right here.
no, I'm not
Sorry.
talking to you, Mr. Olson, and that's now,
Sorry.
okay, that's your second violation. Pursuant to the rules of decorum, you are to be removed, but I understand if later in the day that was a lapse in your judgment, but let that one pass and not count it as a second violation. Okay, so with respect to that file, specifically the Cellbrite file that was provided, I don't recall what ultimately came of that. It's been raised before, and discovery, just the disputes or issues were resolved a long time ago. And at one point, I ordered that the state put together a checklist, which the state did, and turned over discovery yet again. I don't know how many times. Again, I'm like the second or third judge on this case. But I'll first start with Attorney Wasilewski with respect to the electronic file. What was the latest on that? Because I know a copy was provided yet again to defense, and the copies were provided before to previous counsels, and I stand by and consistent with the court's guidance and direction. I believe A.D. Sadowski turned over yet again another copy to defense.
I have received a flash drive from Ms. Sadowski. I inserted it into my computer earlier. It contains the same 15,086 pages of a PDF document that she uses. I believe it's 114, exhibit 114. When I worked with the Cellbrite download on my computer back at my office, it loads very slowly. And if I had known there was a way to extract just this PDF part of it, and because it's easy to work with, it loads quickly, I would have done that, but I'm not that technically adept. And
Sure. So if I understood you correctly, you are able to open it. It just takes a while. It takes some time.
with the one I just received over.
Okay. All right, one person at a time, Mr. Olson, and I'm talking to Attorney Wasilewski.
But this is a portion of the total Cellbrite download, because there's no, I don't believe there are any pictures or videos or anything of that nature. And but it does have the calls and the text and so Mr. Olson has that, and he did get a chance to scroll through it briefly during the testimony of the last witness.
On January 4th, they won't open.
I don't know if I should be going into anything beyond what I just received, with the 15,000 page PDF document, but Mr. Olson is correct in what I've received and what I've given him in my discovery flash drives is very hard to open, and in fact, I couldn't open the Cellbrite on my laptop. I can in my desktop in my office, and why one works and the other doesn't is beyond me.
So basically, the two discoveries that were given to me that I was supposed to use, because the one that was given to me before by Attorney Basham won't open it, everything's deleted out of it. The two that were given to us by A.D. Sadowski on December 4th of this past year, 2025, the phone downloads won't open. I'm not sure if everything else, it wouldn't work for me at all in the jail. But on this computer, the phone download, the Cellbrite, none of it will open. I had no access to this, and it's the middle of almost the end of trial, and it's just been happening. This is why the case has been delayed this long, because I've never been able to get items that I need from 7 attorneys, and I still don't have the phone download where I've always claimed that there are texts that exonerate me on there, clear texts that would completely exonerate me. And
Mr. Olson, just stop for a minute. I'm looking at document 109, which is states document regarding itemized discovery list that was filed back on July 31, 2025. And I think this discovery came by way of Box.com, if I'm reading this correctly. There is, it looks like that would be item number 8, noted as 22-028295. Under that is section I, or subsection I, and it's named victim cell phone download folder. A subsection of that subsection I is C, which is an executable file for Cellbrite, but state is that the electronic copy of the the cell phone download?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you had filed with the court indicating that's been turned over.
Yes.
Okay. So now we're all on the same page. Do you follow Mr. Olson?
So
No, this is not an invitation for you to ask a question. I've got a point that I'm going to get to. So I'm asking you, on July 31, 2025, the state filed, pursuant to a court order, that they itemized, in a sense, create a checklist of the discovery in their possession that they are to turn over to you. And in that list, the checklist of discovery of items includes the Cellbrite cell phone download. And I'm asking you, are we on the same page? Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, let's stop there. All right. So now my question is directed to Attorney Wasilewski. I'm not talking about Exhibit 114. I'm talking about Item 8. And within Item 8 is the subsection I, and within I is C, which shows that there's an executable file for the download. Is that what you mean when you say that you could not open that file? Effectively, that executable file wasn't working, but what that would mean is that sub I, which contains the cell phone download, was not opening.
Yes, that corresponds to what you see when you open item 8 on the flash drive as a folder. And when you open it, it has contents that includes the items listed as.
Well, there's a .exe, which tells me that it's an executable file, which means that in order to open that folder or something within that folder, you have to execute that file and it'll run and it'll open the program, whatever it is that you're trying to access. So my question that follows that is to the state, and state, I believe you indicated this to me in the past, but while it may take a long time to open the file, you have been able to initiate that executable file, which then opens the download, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you open the folder labeled account package, it also gives instructions how to do that. And what I also heard Attorney Wasilewski say is that it wasn't opening on this laptop, but he was able to execute the file and open all of the files at his desktop back in his office. So I would ask that he would confirm that, but it appears that he has been able to open that as well.
Is that correct, counsel?
Yes.
Okay.
But, Mayor, may I have a comment, please?
So this is, it sounds like at this time that this is, if what Mr. Olson says is correct, let's just go down that road for a minute, then it would sound like to me that it's a user error more than anything. The state has turned over what they're supposed to. It's in this list. And within this list, thankfully, it notes what's contained in it. And one of that is the account package.ucae, which is within the account package folder. That sounds like that's where the instructions are.
Correct.
And then within that folder itself also is the executable file, which allows you to open. All right, Mr. Olson?
Yes. So I don't have a desktop in the jail. I only have access to laptops, and it will not. I've tried. Everyone that works in law library, they've tried to open it for me. Attorney Wasilewski tried opening it up on the laptop here. It won't open. That's all I have. So I've complained and wrote letters to everyone you can think of about this discovery, all the way up to President Trump about my innocence in one of these texts. I've recently contacted the FBI to investigate
Okay, Mr.
this
Olson, I'm
phone
going to
download.
stop you there just for a minute. It's 4:22. I'm going to need some more time to work through this on the record with the parties. So I'm going to bring the jury back in and release them for the day. The instruction to the jury will be that we'll start tomorrow at 8 and go on the record by 8:15, same as what we did today. Stern warning to you, Mr. Olson. I trust that you're reminded yet again of the court's rules of decorum, as well as the court's rules relative to your voicing of medical symptoms in front of the jury, that the possible consequences for violating the court's rules would result, including the consequences include you being removed from the courtroom, and that hopefully you won't engage in any dilatory actions to delay this trial. So tomorrow I expect we'll go on the record right at 8:15. Okay, we're off the record until the jury comes in. Room by 8 a.m. We cannot start until all 14 of you have reported. And my goal is to go on the record at 8:15. I remind everyone that this case has not concluded. Therefore, you may not talk about this case. I realize it's all right. So continuing on with this discovery item. In the past, I believe I've signed, as well as Judge Childs had signed, an order allowing Mr. Olson to access computers so that he can view discovery. And from Mr. Olson's statement, I understand that that has always only been laptops. Is that correct, Mr. Olson?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So just answer that question. That's all. All right. But Attorney Wasilewski, you have been able to open that file on a desktop, just not on a laptop.
Yes.
And if not on a laptop, is that because you didn't have the patience for it and then just shut it down, or because it may take a while?
Yeah, I just tried it now and it seemed to open, but when I opened subfiles, it didn't have much.
Okay. So can we go off the record, and can I ask the attorneys to just see if you can open the file on your respective laptops?
I already did.
You did? Okay.
It's open.
All right. Let's go off the record. Could you try on Attorney Wasilewski's laptop?
Your Honor.
No, I'm fine as long as I'm in view. If Attorney Wasilewski and Mr. Olson want to look at this, this is the flash drive that I made. There's other files on this now too, but like it is the exact copy that I gave to defense multiple times. So if they want to go through it, I'm happy to sit here in view of my state issued computer and let them click away on all of what's there.
Lies.
Okay. So what I want to make very clear is, one, ensuring that discovery is turned over. I believe, based upon the information I know, the filings with the court, the representations of the parties, that's been done, that's been satisfied. The issue really, as I understand it, is whether Mr. Olson has the knowledge to know enough to open it correctly so that it opens, which is why I said that it sounds to me that it's more of a user error or a user challenge than it is that discovery wasn't turned over, or that if discovery was turned over, that somehow that discovery was in such a way intentionally meant to be difficult or disruptive to the defense's ability to organize his defense. So what we're going to do at this point, given the state's offer, is to go off the record for the parties to use the state's laptop to go over that item in document, I forget which document that was filed on July 31, 2025, relative to the Cellbrite download. Okay, Mr. Olson?
Real quick. Okay, so even no matter what, the full discovery was never given to me until December 4th of 2025, just 2 months before trial was supposed to start. And those won't open on the laptops. It has nothing to do with knowledge or my ability to open it.
Mr. Olson, I'm going to stop you there because we are way past that point. Okay, discovery disputes have been resolved, and that's why we're at trial. Because, and mind you, for the record, which is already stated, the state is using their laptop. You have a laptop at your table. It's not a situation where the state has a desktop and is accessing that file on a desktop. So it's not even a machine issue. It's not a file issue. It sounds like a user issue, which is why I'm going to go off the record and give you an opportunity, because the state has graciously extended that to you, to use the state's laptop and open up that file. We're going to do that, and I'll check back on you in about 10 minutes. Hopefully that will be enough time.
I just want to really quick object.
We're off the record.
You have to let me object, Your Honor. You can't stop me from objecting. Well, she can't stop me from objecting to what they're doing. It was clearly malicious.
Instant messages or some kind of messaging.
On this version?
On the version that Ms.
A little over 10 minutes was given for the parties to use the state's laptop to open that file. How did it go, Attorney Wasilewski?
I opened the chats and the instant messages or some kind of messaging.
On this version?
On the version that Ms. Sadowski provided, and Mr. Olson looked at it and is not satisfied with what he saw.
Well, I guess the question is just, is it accessible? And it is, right? You guys were able to open, hold on. You guys were able to open it, correct?
Not our version. Her version only. No, our version won't open. Any of the versions we've had.
All right, so why don't you try defense's version as well?
We've already tried that. Sorry.
Okay, let me turn to the state. Was defense's version able to be opened?
Just use my version that's already open, which is the exact same version that was given to the.
Yes, but the question is, was defense's version able to be opened?
You didn't try.
Okay, let's go off the record and try that. We are off the record.
Did try.
I never gave her this. Over here, you just tried it. You tried it in my computer, but you didn't try it in hers.
Okay, so you were able to open it? Okay, we're back on the record outside the presence of the jury. That was about 3 minutes because I believe we got off the record at about 4:45 and now it's 4:48. So 2 to 3 minutes. But in about 2 to 3 minutes, state was able to open Mr. Olson's copy of that electronic file.
Yeah.
So as I stated before, this is not a situation whereby state withheld discovery. This is not a situation whereby the file was not accessible to defense. It sounds like to me that this, again, is a user issue, in part because standby counsel was able to open the file on a desktop, albeit he wasn't able to open it on a laptop. And then just now, moments ago, the state opened the file on her laptop, and that file that was opened was Mr. Olson's copy that was given to him during the course of turning over discovery. So
that
at
was
this
not my
point,
copy.
hold on, Mr. Olson. That's a second violation. I'm not done talking and you spoke over me. Because the jury's not here, there's no point in removing you for 15 minutes. But I remind you that I'm keeping track of the number of violations you commit. We are now well into this trial, and per the court record, it is correct that Mr. Olson did raise this issue quite some time ago, which is why we went through this at numerous hearings, and the court had ordered the state to turn over, not turn over. The state then had created that checklist pursuant to the court's order. At this time, I believe the approach will be for Mr. Olson to have some time to go over this file and prepare his exhibits for cross-examination. And that's how we'll proceed tomorrow. But at this time, that's all that this has really come out to be, which is just Mr. Olson being able to open the file. Okay, Mr. Olson, what do you want to say for the record?
Okay, so for the record, that was not a copy that has ever been given to me, the one that they just opened.
I'm sorry, use the microphone. Attorney Washington.
Ms. Sadowski used my copy of the discovery and successfully opened it. And what I can do is simply swap out for the copies I made for him so that he knows that he has a copy that works in Ms. Sadowski's computer. And
yes, and
I should have taken his copy and checked it in Ms. Sadowski's computer, but I didn't. So I will substitute it. So you will have this blue one, Mr. Olson, is the copy that I have that works.
okay, so now standby counsel is swapping it out, but it matters not, I don't think so at this point, whether it's your USB stick, Attorney Wasilewski, or Mr. Olson, because it's the same thing. It's the same copy. But thank you for doing that, Attorney Wasilewski. And
may I finish?
he's just,
oh my God.
that's now the third time you've interrupted me. Again, in moving forward, we've ended early today. Tomorrow we're going to start early, but for the remainder of the evening and tomorrow, Mr. Olson has a file that was just proved to be, that could be open and can be open. He'll be given that time to go over that file and prepare his exhibit in the same fashion the state has done for use during examination. Okay, Mr. Olson, last word, then we're going to end it here.
Okay, and I would appreciate if I didn't get interrupted and you let me finish. I have to get things on the record. Okay, so for 41 months, I have not had access to discovery. That it doesn't matter how or who.
Mr. Olson, I'm going to interrupt you there. No, you need to stop. First of all, you have to recognize that I'm the judge, and the judge, doesn't matter if it's me or another judge, but the judge controls court decorum, manages that, as well as ensuring that the record is created. And I cannot do that part of my job if you believe that you get to dictate when we do things and what goes on the record. Okay, that's not your job. That's first and foremost. So when I tell you that that's enough, I mean it, that's enough. Secondly, you don't get to argue with me. You may disagree with how I'm proceeding with the trial. You may disagree with my decision on how the trial shall proceed, but that doesn't mean that that's a motion that somehow you get to place your position on the record, because you see, you're not the judge. You and I are not judging this together relative to case procedure. So if I say tomorrow we're starting at 8:15, we're starting at 8:15. You don't get to tell me that instead of 8:15, you want to start at 8:30. If I told you that we're going to go off the record so that you can confer with standby counsel and with the state and ensure that that file can be open, that's not up for your feedback. That's the order of the court. Now, I want to make sure that I point that out because tomorrow we should not have this back and forth again. We've lost so much time. Yesterday we ended early. Today we ended early yet again. And tomorrow is Friday. I'm going to gauge how things go in the morning, but I really, really would not like it if I have to tell the jurors to plan on coming in on Monday. When we did voir dire, I conveyed to the panel that I expect this case to conclude by the end of the week. At the rate that we're going, that there's a high possibility that might not be the case. So there are a lot of things that I'm trying to manage. There are a lot of things that at this time is so fluid and we have to be able to pivot. Again, you may not like my decision, but pursuant to the rules of decorum, as I reminded you many times, once I've made a decision, you can disagree with it, but you don't get to go back and forth with me on it.
Oh, okay. So real quick, you said I can view this discovery. I have no way of viewing the discovery in the jail. You've placed me in the hole as punishment for having a seizure. I have no way of viewing this discovery. No one's going to come. I don't have a laptop in my cell. I have no way of viewing this right now before tomorrow. This problem should have been solved a while ago. But whatever. However, I'm just letting you know. So I don't know what else to say as far as that goes. But I also need to complete this motion for a mistrial, which there are numerous reasons for a mistrial, and I would like you to ask Attorney Wazalewski to come visit me tonight at the jail and help me complete this motion because, again, I have no access to anything to complete a motion, case laws, nothing. Usually I have a tablet and a cell with case laws and stuff, but I'm going to need his help tonight, and I would just ask him. I don't want him to be ordered. I just really need him to help me with this motion. He is standby, and he should help me. So I really need his help, his experience with this, and I would really appreciate that.
Attorney Wazalewski is standby counsel. He doesn't represent you. And to that end, he cannot be drafting, okay, unless the court allows him to do so, to be drafting motions for you. Hold on.
I was going to draft it.
To the extent that there can be information imparted to assist you, he may do so, and he knows that. I'm not going to order standby counsel to work hours that are not manageable. That I view that as beyond my authority, and I'm not going to do that. If Attorney Wazalewski wants to do it, and he can decide that, but I'm not ordering him to do something that imposes on his personal life as well. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But with respect to your access to resource, I do see that Judge Childs had signed that order to allow you access, and I thought I'd signed one as well more recently. And if I didn't, you at least have Judge Childs' order to give you that access. Now, my ability to order that the sheriff give you specific access, that's beyond my control. I don't control the library hours. I don't control what resource they have and that they must give that to you. But I have ordered, or at least the court, whether it's myself or Judge Childs, have ordered that you be able to view digital discovery. I'm sorry, I just don't know what is available to you. Deputies, are you guys aware? Okay.
All right. Well, so it's 4 days into trial, and I'm still not able to view any of this. So I just want to get that on the record. It's clearly a violation of my rights. I believe I had one more quick question, but I just can't remember what I was going to say. So let me see oh, yes. I would like to ask that you order Detective Zalewski to turn over the original phone download that isn't redacted, tampered with by DA Sadowski, because I seen texts in the phone that exonerate me with my own eyes. So I know they exist. So if they did a phone download, they have to be in there. And it's very strange how there were unredacted phone downloads, surfacing and stipulations that I couldn't get them and see them or give them to the media. There's a lot of things that seem very, very shady going on around this phone
Olson,
download.
I'm going to stop you there because this is a repeat of discovery issues that have been discussed in the past. However, though, because you've had a good deal of time on the record, I do want to give the state an opportunity to add anything to the record as well.
I asked Detective Zalewski if what I was looking at on my computer is exactly what they have at the police district, and he said yes. He actually got kind of annoyed with me, and I told him to calm down because he goes, I only turn over exactly what I have. So I think everyone's patience are being tried today. And I also don't appreciate when Your Honor's out of the room that Mr. Olson has been using some not so nice words for the detective and calling me names as well. So I'm just saying that I'm trying to be overly accommodating in this situation. And just again, I'm going to use your words again, Your Honor. Hopes and dreams and wishes is what Mr. Olson is pinning this on, and it's just not there. And if he saw it with his own eyes, how did he see that if he couldn't open the discovery?
In the phone.
Okay. Mr. Olson, perhaps I think going forward, what I'll simply do is just remain in the courtroom because only I can make a finding of a violation of the rules of decorum. And so because I left, although of course, just because I wasn't here doesn't necessarily preclude me from making a finding that you violated the rules based upon what's represented to the court. But I remind you that under the rules of decorum, you must be respectful of all times. And also that under the rules of decorum, you must accept and respect court rulings. And a lot of times today, you did not accept or respect court rulings. But I'm reminding you yet again, so that tomorrow we should not have these challenges or issues. Okay, we're done for today. We're well past 5 o'clock now. And tomorrow we'll start at 8 o'clock and go on the record at 8:15. Okay, thank you.
Oh, wow. Oh, they stopped it. Wow, okay. So we got a full-on day tomorrow again. Wow. It's so cringy, though. Like, by all accounts, she's not the first judge. He's had like 2 or 3 judges. He's like the male Sarah, what's her name? Sarah Boone. I think he's fired all his attorneys. So I don't have any sympathy for him. The only thing I'd say is, you know, he's gonna, if he appeals, if he's found guilty and he appeals it, he'll probably get a new trial. I imagine. Anyway, what can we do? What can we do? I'm glad we're covering it because it's something different, isn't it? And it is cringeworthy, though. I just can't stand. I'm the same as you. Second-hand embarrassment. So we're back tomorrow for day 3. It's probably a similar length to today, maybe a little bit longer. I don't know. And then day 4, we'll Thursday we'll finish her off because there's not much else on. So we got that. Then maybe tomorrow or next week we'll play another replay trial. So we'll see how it goes. I'm enjoying it. Same as Bad Daz thinks it's funny. Right. Thank you, everyone. I do appreciate for being here. I generally do appreciate you being here. You don't have to be here. I encourage some of you to fuck off, but if you want to be here, you want to be here. What can I do? Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, we'll see what tomorrow brings, shall we? And with that, let's end the stream. Happy St. Patty's Day to everybody that celebrates as well. All right, catch you later, treacles. Take care of yourselves and shut the fuck up.